Maputo, puxa um dele demais. Chilunguini, quem te abraça não te larga mais. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, feitiço de amor. Dá todo calor. Uma janela aberta aos olhos do mundo, há novas descobertas. Cidade surpresa, quem não te quer cantar? Se a tua beleza tem tudo pra encantar. Maputo, puxa um dele demais. Chilunguini, quem te abraça não te larga mais. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, feitiço de amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Maputo, puxa um dele demais. Chilunguini, quem te abraça não te larga mais. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. O índico é uma janela aberta aos olhos do mundo, há novas descobertas. Cidade surpresa, quem não te quer cantar? Se a tua beleza tem tudo pra encantar. Maputo, puxa um dele demais. Chilunguini, quem te abraça não te larga mais. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Teu beijo de flor é doce de mel, elixir do amor. Dá todo calor a quem a ti chegou pra ficar. Teu
Moçambique é um país bastante rico. No entanto, temos um país com muita cultura, muita riqueza, muita tradição. Todas as províncias têm a sua cultura, têm um ritmo tradicional e extremamente bonito de ver, de assistir. Sou muito apaixonada pela dança, pela música e gosto dos movimentos do corpo, mas dá também uma sensação de uma paz, de um alívio, uma sensação de quem está a voar, uma sensação de quem não pisa o chão. Moçambique, depois da colonização, está agora no processo de desenvolvimento, sobretudo na área cultural, criativa, mas com o tempo nós vamos conseguindo melhorar algumas coisas. Sou a diretora executiva da Exiab, que é a primeira incubadora de negócios culturais e criativos a nível nacional. O projeto Exiab foi financiado pelo Sound Connect Fund e Music in Africa Foundation.
The Sound Connect Fund is a multifaceted developmental initiative that we have been doing together with the Goethe Institute since 2020. The core focus of this initiative is to strengthen the region, the culture and creative industries in Southern Africa. So Sound Connects Fund comes with a few key points that we stress. Number one is access to funding, access to markets, the development of high quality goods and services, building and developing audiences.
The way you would have seen the call being structured, it was really a lot about how does those initiatives and the organizations with their programs contribute to strengthening the creatives and also the artists, but giving also, for example, platform for more visibility, networking opportunities, also internationally, because it's also about exposure for creatives. How can they get more exposure through such programs, which is again access to markets, but also funding structures.
Antes, falar primeiro daquilo que é o escritório compartilhado que nós temos, a sediação de empresas, um espaço onde os criativos possam trocar ideias ou cruzar as suas ideias com outros criativos e possam também criar um intercâmbio, ou possam criar novas parcerias, novas cooperações. E depois temos também, ainda neste projeto, por causa dos estúdios de gravação de música que temos, e o estúdio de vídeo, de fotografia.
This afternoon I was speaking with the grantees, and what I was saying is that it's not only about the money, it's about the networks, because the networks is our net worth for creatives here on this side of the continent.
And I say that because there is so much that can be done that does not always include the exchange of currency and money. And so with Sound Connects Fund, what we continue to see is that beyond money, there are so many benefits. Collaboration alone is one of those.
Ainda no âmbito do projeto, deste financiamento do Sound Connect da Exiab, nós temos uma parceria, uma colaboração com a Suazilândia, onde levamos os artistas beneficiários deste projeto para fazerem uma colaboração com os artistas da Suazilândia. E da mesma forma, os artistas da Suazilândia vêm para Moçambique e estes mesmos fazem parte ou fazem uso do nosso estúdio.
Sabe, people aqui de Hood Bros, estou muito feliz com essa oportunidade que a Bushfire está a trazer aqui em Moçambique para o collaboration entre Moçambique e Suazilândia com a Tobili, que vai ser um banger isto, pá.
Collaboration was essentially about bringing together different territories, nations across the continent. There was an open call. We have 2 collaboration events. So the 2 participating kind of projects involve Eswatini and Mozambique on the one side with Tobile and the Hood Bros. And on the other side, we have Morena Leraba and Mukumba from Lesotho and Zimbabwe, respectively.
Collaboration is of importance because of the fact that it opens the borders that we created. Through music, they are then cracked, they are then brought down. It didn't only bring down borders between Mozambique and Eswatini, it also brought down the border between music genres.
I always see this as like sharing, because Mukumba, before we met, they have a big following, more than us. They've been playing a lot of festivals across the world. We are an upcoming, a younger band, and we've also been doing much, honestly, playing internationally as well. And so we are going to merge audiences in a way, because people who love Mukumba, they're like, hey, who are these ones, you know, featuring Mukumba?
So far, we have funded about 36 organizations across the SADC region. And these projects vary from film, dance, music, animation, circus, fashion. So quite a diverse group of projects that we've supported so far.
You are not supposed to be anywhere near this pond.
The dog speaks!
My name is Quirk.
In Zimbabwe, we have 2 projects that we have funded that focus on animation. One of them being Kwek Dark, which is a project that really focuses on exchange of skills, teaching artists how to script write, how to produce, edit, and so forth. It's been quite exciting to see how the producers of Kwek Dark have worked with the education department to really distribute these films within the school.
The project that was funded by the Sounds Connect Fund is called the Music Business School. We are very excited about the Music Business School because basically the project came into being as a result of having implemented the Music Crossroads Academies project since 2012. When we made this application to the Sounds Connect Fund, what we realized was that these alumni that were coming out of the project, the products that were coming out of the program of the Certificate in Professional Music and the Diploma in Professional Music were very good musicians, well-known, reputable, but the challenge was that they couldn't make money. We then realized that the skill of business is a totally different skill altogether. So we decided to establish the Music Business School. We have been able to define and articulate the different roles of business people along the music value chain, which I think is very important and which was kind of lacking in anybody who's most people who are practicing in the music industry, especially the young people, which is our target group, the youth. This program, unlike the Certificate in Professional Music and the Diploma in Professional Music, has had quite a significant attendance and enrollment of female students. So Tatenda is amongst some of our female beneficiaries. And so Tatenda has 2 programs that I really like that I think I should mention. She works with young musicians and she offers tutorial lessons on music. And then she also has what she calls the Kumbira Lounge. It was one of her projects that she did as a way of trying to increase visibility of the Mbira.
When we had our second module, organizational development, there are things whereby at the back of your mind, you just think you know, I'm Tatenda and I'm a musician and maybe yeah, I'm a brand, but when we started the module organizational development, that's when I actually realized that I can be a brand, I can be an organization, but what kind of an organization can I be, would I want to be? So for me, it was so enlightening to know about all that stuff, going to copyright law, intellectual property. These were issues I was always curious to know about, and being edified about intellectual property, copyright law, it has actually made me realize I took the right course.
What projects like Sound Connects Fund do is show that you can have the confidence that when you invest, something good will happen. And this is why now we are seeing also government, public sector, they are all coming on board. And they're very curious to know how we are running Sound Connects Fund. And questions we often hear, how do you make sure that the money is put into good use? And so you can see that there hasn't been a lot of awareness that this is an industry that is ready and full of competent people, great ideas, and people on the ground who actually understand what needs to happen for things to change. And I think with more and more investment, civil society and the public sector, private sector coming together, we can see much, much more. And the most important thing is that the bar goes high.
Our project, it's named Fashion Meets Sound, and we decided on that because our biggest focus is fashion, but in fashion you need music. So we decided to collaborate with local Namibian artists to create music for the runway. At the same time, we hosted different master classes and networking sessions across the country, where we brought in different creatives and just have a conversation around the creative industry, how to better it, and also to create some synergy within the industry to work together and also just pull together to create one industry then working in silos that we've been doing for a very long time.
One of the things that we noticed as show producers that our designers would always have international sounds on the runway. Then it came a copywriting issue and we're like, when we go onto YouTube, we can't have the things because now it's silent. So then we said, okay, fine, we are trying to build the industry, we're trying to promote local designers, but why don't we also promote local sound or local musicians or local producers? So that was the main takeaway of why we decided to do the project.
The way MTC Vending Fashion Week has grown, being part of the Sound Connect Funds project, you can see it through the different collaborations that are coming through. Because the number one is there are other corporates that are interested in working with us on similar projects, but focusing on skills development, especially the master classes that we've hosted. We have another corporate that we're going to do the similar project with them under jewelry and diamonds.
Another country where we had exciting project is Zambia. One of the examples is Seka Zambia. And the project was partly incubation, where they got a couple of organizations who were almost startup organizations, incubated within the Seka Zambia project, and they gave them skills on business management, registration of the organization, accounting, and really being able to fully function as a business, but also the skills transferred went further to now being on stage, preparing for a performance, preparing for a show, and then in the end, all these skills, they put them together into the Bullet 2.0 festival.
So everyone, try to grab your seats because soon the show shall begin. kickstart the show at 9:30.
It is
Então daqui a pouco são
supremely
10 minutos,
important
se não me engano.
to place the value,
Alright.
the high value,
So in 10 minutes,
onto the
we
arts
will
and
start the show
cultural industries
at
because
9:30. See
in
you
Africa,
soon.
actually, they are right at the top of the revenue generators. We just don't know it because it's a largely informal market. But the UNESCO has said it, so many research programs have confirmed that across the world, there is no industry that employs as many young people as the sector. So whether it's happening now in Africa or not, the point is that it is a powerhouse for almost every strong economy everywhere. So as Africans, we need to embrace this. And we unfortunately live in a context where traditionally the support and the structures that need to be there for this industry to thrive are not as easily accessible as you would see in other spaces. Now the onus is on us, the artists, the organizations, the civil society, to bring together positive change.
Funding is necessary, and a project like the Sound Connects Fund is necessary, but at the same time, there need to be more sustainable funding structures within that are not necessarily coming from the global north. And that's the same of valuing what is there also already from the inside.
Lesotho also was one of the countries that we had a couple of projects in there. And one of the great examples to mention is Morija Museum, where they had a project that dealt with a bit of animation filming, as well as indigenous instruments, building the instruments, teaching how to perform the instruments, and also really archiving the history around heritage of these instruments. So this was also very interesting for us to see. Also, there was quite a lot of participation from women, and we really appreciate that the organizations that were funded are so inclusive in that manner. The Sound Connects Fund focus was within the 9 countries, and 2 of those countries were Lusophone countries who speak Portuguese. And in one of these countries, particularly in Angola, we had one of the projects from MOVAT, which focus was really upscaling visual artists with a series of workshops, capacity building, skills transfer, and so forth. And in the end, also, the project gave artists access to new markets. What I've seen in some of the cases, the organization participated in some of the Joburg Art Fair. So that really also unlocked new opportunities for artists. Also, there was quite a great exhibition at Movat in Luanda, Angola.
O nosso projeto contribuiu muito bem para ao mercado criativo angolano, porque nós conseguimos essencialmente dar espaço de trabalho digno para os artistas poderem construir os seus trabalhos, né? E isso foi importante para podermos garantir que mais artistas se sintam inspirados em se candidatar no nosso programa e poderem ter a oportunidade de trabalharem melhor os seus trabalhos. Isso também porque eu estive a dar orientação a estes artistas, a conduzir os seus trabalhos. Isso foi essencial para que eles saíssem do programa como ótimos artistas para os próximos trabalhos.
We've received quite a number of grants, but we've never actually received a grant that comes with the educational part. The Sound Connects Fund comes with this special emphasis on monitoring and evaluation and capacity building.
I write proposals and implement projects. I like the fun stuff, but then I realized that if you want to really grow and scale your business in any industry, you can't just be focused on the fun stuff, you know. We understood that Sound Connects Fund was about empowering creatives and increasing the capacities of Southern African creatives. So it was so exciting. So I thought to myself, since COVID, the pandemic really affected musicians.
Let's get comfortable. Good morning, bon dia a todos, and welcome to Sound Connect conference. How exciting. I'm really excited to be a part of this because it's a big day for the creative industry in Mozambique. My name is Filipa, and we're going to be together for these upcoming days. Who am I? Well, I'm a music professional, I'm an artist manager, curator, and just an overall music enthusiast. And my degree is music industry and media business management, and I wrote my thesis on the music industry in Mozambique maybe 8-9 years ago. So it feels like almost like full circle sitting here today and being part of this beautiful conference that we're going to have here together. So before we kickstart this beautiful day, there are some house rules. You have the toilet behind you. We also have an emergency exit right there. We will also have a meeting point. There's another emergency exit here, and then another one here. And of course, we would be super happy if you use our hashtag SoundConnect. And I also want to welcome everyone that is tuning in live home, because yes, we're reporting live from Maputo, Mozambique. So, a little bit about the fund, just to get our footing on what it's all about. So the SoundConnect Fund is a multifaceted initiative that aims to accelerate the development and increase the capacity of the cultural and the creative sector in Southern Africa by offering financial support in forms of different sizes grants and comprehensive capacity building programs to enable the creative and cultural industry organization based in Angola. Temos Angola aqui? Angola in the house, what's up? Temos Botswana. Do we have Botswana? Anyone from home? Yeah, what's up? We got Botswana in the building. Eswatini. Hey, hey, hey. Lesotho. That's what's up. Malawi. Hey. Mozambique, of course. We're here. Namibia. There's a few of you. Zambia. Yay. Zimbabwe. Oh, snap. Zimbabwe's here in full weight. I love that. All right, so without further ado, let me introduce who are going to be doing our welcome address. So we have Eddie Hatitie. Did I pronounce that right? Yes. Who is the Executive Director of Music in Africa Foundation. We also have Dr. Andreas Ströll, the Regional Director of the Goethe Institute in Sub-Saharan Africa. And then we have Mrs. Severine Arnau. That was good? Yay! The Program Officer at the European Union Delegation in Mozambique. And then we also have Mr. Roberto Dove, Director of CERNIC. No, so sorry. Director of Services at INIC, Ministry of Culture and Tourism in Mozambique. Welcome. All right. No? You're not gonna address? You're supposed to come up on stage, darling.
Yes, I thought I was an artist, but look at me failing to get a microphone working this morning. But you know, as they say, in every journalist there's a failed musician. I'm trying very much to not be one of those. Distinguished delegates, dear Dr. Roberto Dove, friends, partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to the Sound Connects conference. I would like to extend a special acknowledgement to all of you who have traveled especially from far for this conference. And to those who have welcomed us in the past few days, we say thank you. Obrigado, asante sana, siyabonga, tinotenda, merci beaucoup. You can see I am struggling with these words. And I must say this is possibly the first time I'm using these words in one sentence. I had to do that this morning because I realized that I must demonstrate and acknowledge the diversity of this event and also the diversity of the organization and the people working behind it. You might be wondering, why do we call it the Sound Connects Conference? The Sound Connect Conference primarily brings together organizations that have been implementing cultural projects funded by the Sound Connect Fund in the past 3 years. The fund is implemented by the organization that I lead, the Music in Africa Foundation, together with the Goethe Institute, with the support and funding of the ACP EU Cultural Program, which is a project of the Organization of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, and of course funded by the European Union. We designed this project to support the CCI industries in Southern Africa. And of course, the focus is to accelerate development, growth, collaboration, exchange, and to increase the capacities of the actors in this important space. This is supremely important given the role of CCIs on our continent. So since 2021, this fund has awarded over 2.8 million euros to 36 organizations, 36 projects in Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. We have great projects, great partners that we're working with in Mozambique, with over 500,000 euros invested in these projects. This conference is going to show some of this work, and we're going to learn from them, and we're going to see how we continue from there. With this funding, Sound Connects Fund saw the creation and successful implementation of diverse developmental projects in sectors such as music, theater, visual arts, gaming, animation, fashion, among others. And all these projects are connected by sound. As part of the project, the Sound Connects Fund also offered robust capacity building programs to the grantees themselves. That's why we see them here. This conference, of course, marks the conclusion of the first iteration of this attempt. 2 more similar events have been held since 2021 in Malawi and Namibia. So we say thank you to Mozambique for allowing us to come here and for being part of your ecosystem. This event presents, of course, a huge and unique opportunity for all of us to learn from these experiences with a view to contribute to the vibrance of our sector going forward. It is also an opportunity for the Music in Africa Foundation and all our partners to officially announce our commitment to doing serious work in this country. So in the next few weeks, the Music in Africa Foundation will also announce a number of initiatives that are planned for Mozambique in the near future. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge and thank you once again. Special thanks going to our local partners, this venue. Funda Khao, please accept my apologies. I am just getting to learn Portuguese. I promise I'll do better next time. So we have Funda Sao, FMICC, the Goethe Institute, our colleagues coming all the way from Brussels to be with us this week. We say thank you so much. More importantly, there is Festival Marabenta, which is happening this week and will give us an opportunity to have a glimpse into some of the projects, the musical projects that have been part of this amazing initiative. With these words, I wish you a great conference where we all engage, connect, exchange, and take our work forward. Asante sana. Obrigado.
Thank you so much. And without further ado, we're going to start our conference with a very interesting presentation about promoting decent work in African culture and creative economy, which was a research conducted by our Avril Joffe. Did I pronounce that? Yes, I pronounced that right. And Avril has an amazing profile. I had a read through, and it's impressive. I had to even shorten it down for it to fit here on my little note paper. She is a UNESCO chair at the Cultural Entrepreneurship and Policy at the University of Witwatersrand in Johannesburg. She is an economic socialist specialist in cultural policy, culture and development, works at the intersection of academia and practice in various fields, including culture and urban life, culture, economy, and she's also an active member of the UNESCO panel of experts for cultural policies and government, member of Global Creative Economy Council associated with the UK's creative industries. She's also a member of International Culture Relations Alliance, Research Alliance, and her creative practice, which I'm so impressed. She is a second-degree black belt Nia dancer instructor at the Flamenco Spanish dance. So impressive. Please welcome on stage. Apologies. It was my mistake. We have a few people that's coming to speak a little bit more on our welcome address. Avril, you're going to hold on. So then up next, who do we have? Let's see. We have Dr. Andreas. Yes. From the Goethe Institute. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm delaying the the presentation of Avril. I feel like I'm an unnecessary appetizer to her presentation. Anyway, I'm not going to say much anyway. I just want to thank everybody who's involved in this project. It's a project we are very proud of as the Goethe Institute because we were part of it. And we have a wonderful, I think, a wonderful cooperation that we can be proud of. I would just say thank you to the practitioners, the grantees, but also everybody involved, the European Union that is represented here. Jan came all the way from Brussels. There's somebody here from Maputo. Avril, who manages the whole show yesterday and today. Eddie, who's been the cornerstone of music in Africa for more than 10 years and also our best, partner whenever it comes to music in Africa. And I'd also like to welcome two colleagues from the German embassy here, Michael and Jana, who are sitting right there. It's a strange day for me because I've only been on this continent for 1 year. 1 year to this day. Today, a year ago, I arrived in Johannesburg, and everything's new, but at the same time it feels at home. It feels like home. I was in Munich for a month over Christmas and most of January, and I really felt homesick. I've been with the Goethe Institute for 36 years. That has never happened to me before. So Africa grabs you and holds you, and this is very different from everything I've done before with the Goethe Institute. Maybe a few words about the Goethe Institute's strategy. We differ a little bit from most cultural institutes. In Avril's presentation yesterday, she talked about different categories of cultural institutions, and she defined the British Council, I think, as at arm's length from the government. And I think that is also true for the Goethe Institute. So we are a private organization, we're an association, but we have a contract with the government. So whatever we do is not the responsibility of the German government, but it is the consequence of fascism in Germany. The German government decided after World War II that culture is a necessity, but it should not be run by the government. And that's been a good way for us to go. And this is why we are sometimes considered part of the civil society. Sometimes not, because actually our money comes from taxpayers in Germany. I think we're very grateful that we could contribute to this project. It's been going on for 40 months, and we were mainly in charge of boring stuff like monitoring, evaluation, accountability, but also learning. And learning is always directed into the future. So even if this is the end of the project, as Eddie said yesterday, we hope it's not really the end, it's the beginning of something new, and we will continue to be devoted to it. We hope that you are too, and that we can continue to cooperate on networking, because that's what we do. We're not waving the German flag around, we're trying to create networks in Africa. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the conference. Thank you.
So the next speaker is Mrs. Severine Arla. Welcome.
Dear guests, our head of unit, Annika Floren from the Unit of Culture in Brussels, could not make it to come here, but she was to come. She found this event very important. She was supposed to come. She had a health issue. Sorry. And so I will replace her and I will read her message to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to open this meeting as a representative of the European Union. I see it as a sign of acknowledgement on how significant culture has become over the last decade for the partnership between the EU and the sub-Saharan Africa. Culture provides the opportunity for dialogue, exchange, and co-creation. It's a very powerful tool that allows our young people and artists to connect and strengthen the cultural ties that bind us together as individuals, peoples, and continents. This is an objective strongly supported by EU Global Gateway Strategy, which promotes connectivity between goods, people, and services. In Mozambique and other countries in the Southern African region, the cultural and creative industries shape the creative economy that drive economic growth, employment, and innovation. But not only, they also encourage young people to think critically, to unleash their creativity, and to develop unique solutions to both local and global challenges. Nevertheless, the sector continues to face various challenges, including issues related to funding, the need to enhance the capabilities of creators, and solve matters related to the status of artists. Yet, if we are determined and if we work together, we can overcome these obstacles. We need to accompany governments in creating enable environments, strengthening the capacity of creators, focus on growth, and identify new perspectives. This is very far beyond just funding. Our SAP EU Culture Program, implemented with our key partner, the Organization African, Caribbean, and Pacific Country, is organizing this conference for actors to come together to share experiences, to align our key messages, and set the direction of action for culture in Southern Africa. The EU remains committed to deepen creative industries engagement and to support local creators in Southern Africa. I think this is the main important part of this speech. It is very, we need to acknowledge that the EU is really willing to remain committed in the cultural sector, and I can tell you we are fighting for this every day here in the bilateral delegation. So we hope that this will have, you will see tomorrow that we have some programs that are finishing, but some other that will start very soon. We hope that this will have a significant impact in enhancing income-generating activities, promote exported products, create new jobs, revitalize traditional economic sectors, and stimulate regional development. This event provides an incredible opportunity to reflect on these challenges and opportunities. So let's not miss this chance to exchange. Let's not miss to identify new ideas in support of the cultural and creative industry in the region. Thank you.
So much. And let's give another round of applause for the European Union and all their great work. It's amazing. Up next, we would like to have Mr. Robert, who is our last speaker. Mr. Robert. Roberto. Bem-vindo.
Muito bom dia a todos. Peço desculpas porque o meu inglês não é bom para poder comunicar devidamente em eventos desta natureza. Mas, primeiro, gostaria de dizer que eu estou aqui a representar o Ministério da Cultura e Turismo de Moçambique. Especialmente recebi a responsabilidade de estar neste evento em representação da Sua Excelência Ministra da Cultura e Turismo. Ela teve uma agenda muito apertada para o dia de hoje e que não pôde cá estar. Mesmo assim, incumbiu-me de transmitir aos participantes deste evento calorosas saudações e que sejam bem-vindos a Maputo, a Moçambique em especial, para poderem realizar esta conferência e, ao mesmo tempo, desfrutar daquilo que a nossa cidade, a cidade das acácias, como nós chamamos, pode oferecer. Em segundo lugar, eu queria dar boas-vindas aos participantes, aqueles que estão aqui em Maputo pela primeira vez, para dizer que sejam bem-vindos, sintam-se em casa e desfrutem do melhor que Maputo tem. Maputo é um dos 5 principais destinos turísticos de Moçambique, porque é em Maputo onde se realizam grandes eventos, quer conferências, quer espetáculos e de outra natureza também. Portanto, poderão encontrar em Maputo diversas oportunidades para a realização daquilo que são os desejos pessoais. Eu não vou falar muito sobre este evento, porque os colegas que me antecederam já explicaram os objetivos, as razões e a natureza deste programa. A mim apenas iria focar-me em 2 aspectos. O primeiro tem a ver com as temáticas que esta conferência se propõe discutir. Estamos a falar do trabalho decente na economia cultural e criativa em África. Estamos a falar também das estratégias globais para o financiamento e desenvolvimento das indústrias culturais e criativas. E, por último, da questão da mulher nas indústrias culturais e criativas. Portanto, para nós, achamos que essas são temáticas importantíssimas quando olhamos também para aquilo que é a agenda global, a Agenda 2030, por exemplo. São aspectos extremamente importantes. E aqui há uma relação muito intrínseca entre os objetivos e a Agenda 2030, os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável e a Agenda 2030, porque encontramos o objetivo 5, que tem a ver, portanto, com a questão do emprego decente. Olhamos também para o objetivo número 8, que tem a ver com a promoção do desenvolvimento sustentável, mas o objetivo 17 também, que tem a ver com a questão da promoção das parcerias para o desenvolvimento sustentável. Então, por estas razões, nós vemos nesta conferência razões mais do que suficientes para que todos nós possamos adquirir ferramentas importantes para os desafios que nós temos no nosso setor cultural e criativo. Acima disso, vemos também um momento em que os participantes vão trocar experiências sobre os projetos que implementaram ao longo deste período, e achamos que esta interação vem fortalecer, vem sublinhar aquilo que é o papel das indústrias culturais e criativas no desenvolvimento dos nossos países. Portanto, estes 2 elementos levam-nos a felicitar os organizadores desta conferência, leva-nos também a convidar particularmente os profissionais moçambicanos a terem aqui uma oportunidade de estabelecer parcerias que possam superar aquilo que são os seus desafios e as necessidades no seu trabalho. Por fim, esta conferência tem hoje lugar. Nos próximos dias, o nosso país terá 2 momentos importantes, que é a celebração de uma data histórica, portanto, que tem a ver com a Batalha de Marraquém, chamada Guazamutin. É uma batalha que ocorreu durante o processo de ocupação colonial. E no dia 3 de fevereiro teremos também o Dia dos Heróis Nacionais Moçambicanos. Mas a parte política é sempre conjugada com a parte do turismo cultural. Aí teremos o Festival da Marrabenta, portanto, como um momento que vai exaltar esses feitos patrióticos do nosso país. Portanto, gostaria também de deixar aqui um convite para que os participantes pudessem viver as emoções deste Festival da Marrabenta. E desejar a todos um bom trabalho e muita interação. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada. So, before we continue, I wanted to say this is going to be a bilingual conference. So if you need translation aid, you can find little devices at the registration desk. My girl, Avril, it's your time to shine. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Thank you to the Goethe Institute and to Music in Africa Foundation for the invitation. It's a real honor to be delivering the keynote. And in the last couple of days, we've been having internal conversations around the grantees and how the project went. And so I just want to remind those of you that were in the audience yesterday about the 1-minute message. I'm giving a 40-minute message, but it should have all the elements that we discussed yesterday. And you can hold me to it if it doesn't. So let me just click. Are we ready to have a presentation? Yeah, so just a little bit about myself. I'm from South Africa. I've been at the University of the Witwatersrand in the School of Arts, running a program called Cultural Policy and Management at a postgraduate level, honors, masters, and PhD students. And we have been one of the only projects or programs like that on the continent, so I'm really proud of it, that teaches people about the kind of cultural management and arts administration and monitoring and evaluation and cultural policies that we have been talking about in the last couple of days, and that this project of Sounds Connect really illustrates. Can we go back to the first slide, please? To the very first slide. Okay, there we go. And one of the things that I'm really I've been doing since the early 90s is thinking about how the culture and creative economy of the continent can develop in a way that is unique and authentic to the African realities. And one of the projects that we did was a project about informality. As I'd worked in the sector, I realized that one of the key things that distinguishes African creative and cultural economy is informality. And that's why it's so different to the readings and the literature that comes from the global north. And so to understand the levels of informality and the structures and programs that happen in the informal economy, especially in the cultural and creative sector, is a really important part of our understanding. And it needs to translate into policies that are appropriate to the informal economy. And I'll speak a little bit more about that, but there's been a lot of discussion around we need to formalize the informal. Well, actually, the informal is growing, and the informal wants to be informal. So we need to recognize that, and we need to work with that rather than immediately try and formalize it. And that was why I was really excited to work with the ILO, with 6 African women. We were 6 African women working on a project looking at dance in the DRC, heritage in Nigeria, film and TV in Nigeria, cultural heritage in Egypt, fashion in Tanzania, and live music in South Africa, to understand the levels of informality and the types of working conditions that exist in these very diverse subsectors of the culture and creative economy. So the culture and creative economy is one word, but in fact underneath that are many different sectors. As I've mentioned, only a few of them, and each of them have different work realities that we need to understand. So working with the ILO was important because the ILO wants to push this idea of formalization. And I'm arguing it's not appropriate to our continent. We need to help the ILO understand better what are the conditions and how to work with the very material conditions that exist on the African continent. So those are the two projects. Please feel free to download the projects. It's all on open source. It's all public-facing research. And that's the basis of this talk. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues that I worked with on those projects, and they're listed over there. So let's talk a little bit about the African creative economy. It's based on activities and practices, as well as producing goods and services. So when we talk about the African culture and creative economy, we're not only talking about goods and services, we're talking about activities, we're talking about practice, we're talking about the types of experiences that people have in the sector. Sorry, I'm going to put on my program just because that's very far to read, and that would help me. Give me a sec. And it's really a lot of what happens on the continent, and I'm sure this is true of other areas as well, and other territories and other regions, but the rich cultural heritage and the traditions and the ceremonies and the practices of indigenous people is what infuses our culture and creative economy with the kind of unique African spirit that it has. And understanding how that works and how that promotes not only economic development, but social inclusion and human development itself is a really important consideration. And as our esteemed guest from the Ministry of Arts and Culture from Mozambique said, it's deeply entrenched in all the SDGs, all the Sustainable Development Goals that we have, whether it's about reducing poverty or promoting decent work or reducing inequality or promoting gender equality or education and training. The cultural sector in the African continent can contribute to the achievement of all the Sustainable Development Goals. And we know that the sector is bolstered by basic and tertiary education, formal and informal adult-based training, business support services, legislative and policy environment, and a host of institutional arrangements from finance, legal, and so on. But the bulk of the activity, as I've mentioned, takes place in the informal economy, and there's a dominance of micro and small businesses. Micro meaning 1 or 2 people, not 25 and 30, all right? And those 1 or 2 people don't want to become 20 or 30. They don't want to scale up because they're unique. They're producing a unique set of services, whether it's festivals or fashion brands, whatever it is they're producing. But the labor conditions that exist for a lot of people in the sector, because of the informality, because of the nature of work, means that precarity, insecurity, exploitation dominates our field. So it's not the benign economy where promoting the culture and creative industries is going to reduce unemployment. No, it's not. It's going to produce some employment, but we don't create jobs. Our sector creates opportunities, not jobs. And we need to understand that so that we then develop the right kinds of programs that create those opportunities, that enlarge our opportunities, which is the very definition of what development means. Enlarging people's opportunities for a better life. So the African culture and creative economy, and I use that terminology very precisely because if you just talk about the creative economy, the cultural sector does not have a monopoly on creativity. Creativity is everywhere. And we mustn't believe that creativity is only what artists do. Yes, artists have creativity, no doubt, but so do many other people. Software engineers, bridge builders, architects, university academics, all sorts of people have creativity. So talking about the cultural economy puts culture in the heart of the economy. And so I'm using the words together to make that distinction. But because of the lack of data and because of the lack of building of statistics, both from our governments across the continent and from our sectors, because we are so disorganized, means that there's no full appreciation by our governments of how the sector is organized or who its key participants are, which is a real challenge then for policy, for developing programs that are appropriate to our sector. There's also considerable fluidity in the types of employment with that cultural workers moving seamlessly from the formal to the informal and back again. It's not that there's an informal sector and there's a formal sector and never the twain shall meet. No, people choose where they want to work. Sometimes they're working formally in advertising, as copywriters, as filmmakers. Next thing, they're making a movie on their own with a couple of friends, right? That level of seamless interaction is a very key characteristic of our creative and cultural economies on the continent. Also, we know that from statistics that South Africa keeps, we've got a South African Cultural Observatory, so we're quite privileged to have money that flows from the government into a South African Cultural Observatory to collect the data, that 43% of cultural jobs are informal, and more people work on a freelance and contract basis compared to all other non-cultural jobs. In other words, all other jobs in other sectors. 32% compared to only 8.3% in other non-cultural jobs. That's a huge figure. And it means we have to think about what is the informality of our own sectors, and why have people chosen that level of informality. We also know that COVID highlighted the significance of the vulnerability of the informal sector. Unable to get relief money, not registered, not documented, no contracts to say we cancelled you, because people don't have contracts that are written. It's all verbal, it's based on trust, all those other things. And it's really about the close interaction of our creatives and our cultural workers in the social structures of the communities in which they're based. So the project we did with the British Council was about the informality in the cultural economy, and we looked at Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Kenya, Egypt, Indonesia, South Africa. We're a team of 12 experts, I could say, coming from the global south, and I led the program on the informal nature of the culture and creative economy, because we wanted to understand what it was, what it meant, and how it played out in different territories. That research I've mentioned already is available online. And what we found was that informality is also a key consideration in decent work. That if you don't recognize that and I'll come to what we mean by decent work. It's a lot of elements, 10 elements that need to be considered. But you need to think about decent work in the informal economy as much as in the formal. And informality is really the way the ILO describes it at the bottom of that slide, of the next slide, is that it's all economic activities by workers and economic units that are not covered or insufficiently covered by formal arrangements. Now, from doing the research, we believe that definition is not really helpful, because, and I've got it in the third column there, it doesn't speak to our context. It needs to accommodate forms of resilience, local resilience, community inclusion, voluntarism, or the generation of income not through formal means of transaction. And the ILO definition doesn't accommodate that. Didn't come from our territories. That's part of the problem. And so the lack of research, or the little or no research about the intersections of cultural activities and the informal is really problematic, and that's why we wanted to do this research. Because we know that for hundreds of millions of workers, informality means a lack of protection, lack of social protection. No unemployment insurance, no maternity benefits, no pension funds, let alone wonderful things like housing allowances and all the things that some formal workers can have and have access to. But also that for enterprises, it's problematic because it means low productivity and a lack of access to finance. So it's a problematic concept for artists, for cultural workers, and for enterprises. And we know that informality is on the increase, as I've said. I mean, between 80 and 95% of the working population in Africa, 80 to 95% makes a living working in the informal economy. Those are official statistics, all right? And economic informality is a major generator of new employment in our world. We are a developing world, even if it's accompanied by high levels of underemployment, insecurity, and low income levels. So the formal sector, the informality, counts for a large chunk of our economic activity, which means we have to understand it better so that we can have the right and appropriate policies to support it. Some of the opportunities and challenges, because the informal sector clearly creates opportunities, is why people choose it. So we have to think the motivation. So in our study with the British Council, which they supported, we found that some motivation is political. People don't want to be in the radar of the state. They don't believe the state is legitimate. They don't want to pay taxes to a state that's illegitimate. That very much came out of Egypt, for example. In other places, it's an economic decision. We don't want to pay taxes because we don't have taxes to pay. And the tax rate is not thinking about our low levels of turnover. Or it could be bureaucratic reasons. We don't have the personnel and the knowledge of how to be compliant with all the legislation and laws of the country. So some of the opportunities are things like it offers the most vulnerable populations of our communities some income. Especially in my country, in South Africa, migrants, refugees, women, young people. It also offers people multiple income streams. We know in the culture and creative sector, it takes a while until you decide you are going to be a something, a dancer, a filmmaker, a music person. So you dabble in festivals and music and dance and filmmaking. You need multiple income streams. I'll never forget going to Nigeria and everybody had like 3 cell phones in their hands. And I thought, okay, that's why the Nigerian men are so big, because they need to hold 3 cell phones, right? Why? Because it's all different projects and all different cultural entrepreneurial activities that they're doing. These multiple income streams give people agility and flexibility. So those are the opportunities. But the challenges is there's a lack of support system. There's lack of access to finance, all the things we know. The nature of work can be exploitative. Some people who don't know how to negotiate their terms of contract land up doing 3, sessions of music in a live music performance with no break, because the venue takes advantage of the informality of the musicians. And we know that in many countries people are informal because there's no jobs in the formal sector. So the formal sector is not producing the jobs that people need. Sorry, getting excited. Okay, right. So the CCE, the culture and creative economy, looks and in a structural sense is chaotic, unregulated. This is a quote. And mostly disorganized in the sense of representative associations able to engage and lobby the state. Practically, it is effective, productive, flexible, and in respect of arts disciplines, skilled, even where people are self-taught, exhibiting a high degree of business acumen, even where management and accounting functions are weak. That was said by Paul Brickhill. Some of you know him from Zimbabwe, who used to run the book cafe, unfortunately passed away. But I think that we saw that with the projects in the Sounds Connect Fund, where so much skilled, knowledge, professional, self-taught people were displaying such incredible agility, creativity, and ability to run the most amazing projects. And we're going to hear about them later. So while there's zero access to bank loans or venture capital, except private loans, capital is generated on the whole through clever business deals, small-scale investments, product knowledge, energetic marketing, and resilience. So those are some of the things we're finding in the informal part of the culture and creative economy, which is very different to the informality, let's say, of hawkers, or the informality of domestic work, or the informality of transport drivers, or the informality of craft workers in rural communities. The culture and creative economy, the skilled nature of the jobs, the multi-skilled ability, the business acumen, defines a very different kind of informality. That it's not about low education, often very highly educated people. It's not about not earning enough money. Some people can earn a lot of money from small projects, but it's project-based. It's once off. It's a little bit now, nothing for 6 months. Desert. A little bit later, nothing for a year. All right? So it's not about low income. It's not about low skill. So it's a very different characteristic feature that we need to understand and accommodate. So tied to this, I wanted to bring in the concept of decent employment. The ILO has been running campaigns about decent work. In my country, we have adopted the idea of decent work. Nobody really understands what it is. So I wanted to see how we can link the informality of the cultural and creative economy to the idea of decent work, not only for the informal sector, but also for the formal sector. In our sector, which is very different to factory work, manufacturing, or finance services, or wherever. And we have to really understand the distinctions. And there are 4 pillars of decent work, and it's about all work, and it's about social protection and workers' rights and social dialogue. And we know that in our sector, we are mostly unrepresented. We mostly don't have trade unions. We mostly don't have employer bodies. And we mostly are fragmented by definition of the distinctions of our disciplines. And that creates huge problems. Because when the ILO says they want to discuss something, they expect to find the workers' body, the employer body, and the government body sitting around in a tripartite, organized, formal way. Well, when you don't have a workers' body, you don't have an employer's body, who's there to talk? The government's not going to lead this. It's got to be led by the people in the sector. So that creates a real challenge for our sector. So there have been some fabulous studies done, and this relates to UNESCO's work where I'm based, a lot of my work, which is about the rights and status of artists. So in about 1980, long ago, was a recommendation on the rights and status of artists. And that was all about decent work, in fact, for artists. And it somehow, as a recommendation, got lost as we had other conventions, such as 2005 Convention on the Promotion and Protection of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. But it's come back, and we're starting to realize how it integrates with the cultural sector in the 2005 Convention. And we've readopted in something called the Ashburg Program, and I'm currently working with the government of Seychelles, and we're writing a law for the status of artists. And I'm busy working on the policy document that's going to support and motivate for that law. And that's been done in 12 different countries across the world. So we're trying to really bring back this idea that artists and cultural workers, by the way, not just artists and cultural workers, cultural practitioners, have rights and should be afforded a status as all other professionals. And so what does that mean in reality? That decent work needs to be applied not just to workers in the formal economy, but also to the unregulated wage workers, the self-employed people, which is most of you guys, I know, or informal workers and home workers. And that cultural work and employment needs to be defined by the different cultural occupations that are in attendance in each of the different subsectors. And so what I'm going to move straight away to is how this has translated into the research that we did across the continent. And just the last point there is that employment is often insecure forms of work. It's temporary, it's part-time, it's project-based, it's income-earning opportunities undertaken by freelancers, such as project-based work, such as short-term contracts, work, or what we call own account work. That's an ILO expression. So these are terms that you should also know, so that you can use them in your project proposals and in your work, because they define how the international institutions define us. So we also just I just want to pause a little bit to say that the impact of COVID-19 has been absolutely significant, because it really highlighted the challenges of informality, and that we needed to think about different structures in different ways, especially the way in which digital economy has arisen to replace some of the live performance or live work that was happening, the lack of copyright regulations for the digital economy, the lack of monetization through all the social media platforms, and what that means. And the effects were felt intensely on the continent. And in fact, in some countries, was the first time artists ever got money from their government, was relief money for COVID. In Kenya, that was the case. It's the first time the government put money into the hands and the pockets of artists, because there was a recognition of how severe the lack of gathering is for our sector. We are the gathering sector. We need to gather. We need to be together to enjoy the fruits and the cultural life of our communities. It's actually a human right. Article 27. You have the right to enjoy the cultural life of your community, which means participating in community work. COVID put paid to that. It literally ended that. So the other types of impacts, in South Africa, we found people couldn't get relief because they couldn't show contracts that had been cancelled. They didn't have documentation to get the relief money. In many other countries, there were issues. In Tanzania, for example, the lockdown wasn't severe, so you didn't have the same effect. So it depended where the lockdown was really tough. That changed what the impact was. In the DRC, for example, the situation was absolutely dire. The working environment of dance worsened. Dance is about people dancing together. You very seldom have a solo performance, right? And you need an audience. So you can imagine, on the other hand, in Egypt, which is very much cultural heritage, it's what the government of Egypt does, it's formal. They didn't have the same impact. So we found very different impacts. In Nigeria, the impact of COVID was significant for all the physical distribution, but digital platforms did provide some alternatives. So the example of the live music in South Africa is also interesting, because informal work is often characterized by, we know, precarity, vulnerability, insecurity, and there were some projects that actually transitioned from live performance to digital performance and provided funding for people to put their performances on live streaming. And so there was a lot of agility shown in projects that were funding and supporting live music. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to go forward. Right, what are the elements of decent work? As I said, there are 10 elements. Employment opportunities, there must be employment opportunities. There must be adequate earnings and productive work. There must be decent working time. It's very interesting, this idea of working time in our sector. All right, what is our sector? It's considered a little bit entertainment. When do people work? At night, weekends. All right? How do you get decent working time with that? How do you deal with women and the challenges of insecure streets at night and gender-based violence? So the impact is really severe. Combining work, family, and personal life, same problem. A lot of weekend work, a lot of evening work, a lot of final deadline work, a lot of push. We've got a project now, you work like crazy for 14, 20 hours a day, and then you do nothing for a couple of days or months or years if you're unlucky. Work that should be abolished, especially children. How many children are involved in some of our sectors in our countries that we should be saying that should not be allowed? Stability and security of work, we know it's pretty absent. Equal opportunity and treatment in employment, we know it's your ability to negotiate. It's your status in the world, how successful you are, how seen to be successful you are, how internationally successful you are. You get a better deal, right? And so there are no norms and standards. There's nobody talking on your behalf. We don't have trade unions. Safe working environments, really problematic area. How many people do we know have fallen through stages, got things fallen on their heads, land up sort of disabled because of a work situation, no occupational health and safety for them. And social dialogue, social security and social dialogue, really important points. I'm going to go through each one of them. I'll see whether how much time I want to spend on any of them, but I will move quite quickly. I'll make the slides available for anybody who wants to read slowly, you're right? So please forgive me if I rush through some of them. So let's look at a few of them. Employment opportunities. And this element was assessed through indicators that provide insights regarding the quantity of labor, demand, and supply in an economy, right? How much labor is being demanded, how much supply is there to fit that demand. We found that precarity and insecurity was throughout. Lack of information was the biggest thing. People did not know about opportunities because there's no one place where opportunities are listed. So if you're an artist, a dancer, a performer, a musician, a fashion designer, you've got to be in the know. So networking becomes so important. Networking, organization, some way of finding out what is available, what's going on. The demand and supply of labor in sectors such as live music in South Africa, dance in the DRC, and fashion in Tanzania are all characterized by informality. In Egypt, it's different. Egypt, that's the Bibliotheca Alexandrina. You know, it's formal because it's organized through government. It's through a ministry of cultural heritage. The employment opportunities in live music, for example, sorry, I didn't press those slides. I pressed my slides. The opportunities in live music ecosystem need optimal conditions, and those optimal conditions are a growing economy. We have a recession in South Africa. What does that mean? People spend less and less money on the arts. We know that. The more people feel pinched, the less leisure time they have, the less they're going to spend money on things that are nice to have. And as much as we all know that participating in culture is good for the human condition and for our spirit, it's the first thing to go when your money is tight. So we need a robust set of policies supporting the music sector. Access to affordable transport has to happen because it's happening at night and weekends. If there's no transport, who's coming to those shows, right? A nighttime economy needs to be safe, needs to be vibrant, interconnected with hospitality and tourism and the absence of gathering restrictions, of course. And it needs to be interconnected with hospitality, restaurants, tourism, and the ways in which restaurants also support live music. So we find that as restaurants are feeling the pinch, they don't have the money to support live music. We also want the second condition is adequate earnings and productive work. And we found that even though there are minimum conditions in different countries, like in Tanzania, it doesn't apply to our sector. We are not regarded as a sector, as an industry. That is the biggest problem. Not only do we not understand ourselves as an industry, and the people, the participants of that, but nobody else does either. That was why I started in 1996 with a cultural industry growth strategy for our country, was trying to get our government and the rest of our sector to understand themselves as an industry, to then demand the kinds of supply-side mechanisms coming from government that should be applicable and appropriate to the cultural sector. There were supply-side measures, but nobody in our sector, film industry people, music industry people, did not know that they would be eligible for those. They didn't see themselves as industry participants. And I think until we understand ourselves like that, whatever that means, without feeling that it's economic reductionism and it's all about money and profits, it's about access to support. Business support services, tax support services, supply side measures from the countries, and so on. The other aspects of adequate earnings is that you need employers to be educated about the nature of work in our sector. Even employers in our sector need to be, cajoled into recognizing that decent work is something that should accord to the cultural sector. And we are finding that some of the worst offenders are cultural employers themselves. That's not okay. We should be leading the way in good practice, our sector, because we understand the relationship between emotion, spirit, body, economy, right? We should be leading the way in good practice, and we're not. So some critical issues that came out of live music is we found that, you know, there was a hierarchy of venues. The ones that were really big, like in our stadium or in big concert halls, they had more conditions of decent work. More of the elements of decent work were found there. There were contracts, there were safe working conditions, there was an agreement about fairness of wages, and so on. But as you went down this hierarchy of venues, you just found less and less of the decent work conditions being applicable. Often, venues giving the fund to the band leader, and then the band leader themselves not paying out to all the musicians that were part of the band. Now, again, we should be leading the way in good practice, and we need to stop that kind of practice happening by calling it out and saying, not in our sector. We're not going to stand for that. So we need to band together to have a sense of the right practices that we should adopt in our own sectors. Adequate earnings in Egypt, you know, again, even though it's formal, it's really low wages compared to other sectors. So while it's formal, and I've said that there are certain things that work well, it's also not really supported by good practice. If you look at cultural work generally, it's never at the same level as work in other sectors. And yeah, so there's some figures there for those of you interested. The third condition is working time. Again, as I've said before, it's a substantive element of decent work, that you must be able to determine the hours, and even if you choose to be a nighttime worker, it should be a nighttime worker with time for rest, time for leisure, time to reproduce your family, and so on. And because of the informality, we found that it's not possible to even discern a trend. Not even, there was no good practice that we could see out of what we were researching in adequate working time. For the fashion industry, working time differs between the public sector and the private sector, and that's not surprising. That often happens. But for fashion outlets, working time is from 8 to 6. That was kind of a normal day. That was okay, but for live music in South Africa, it's impossible to have that kind of working day. And that's acceptable because people choose that practice, but then, as I said, there needs to be norms and standards that support it. The film industry in Nigeria, again, difficult to have decent working time because it's on production schedule, it's got to be finished, you got to stop for the rain, you got to go when the sun shines, you know, all those sorts of things that impact on shoots and so on. And there were formal parts of that, like streamers and broadcasters typically have clauses relating to decent working practices, like time spent working, safety standards, but this is mainly limited to those streamers and broadcasters. And it's seen as a liability, and it's not seen as a practice that people should demand. Interesting. So it exists on paper. Doesn't mean it exists in reality. In the DRC, decent working time applies to workers in formal organizations and institutions which are well structured, such as art centers, NGOs, some organizations that I've got them on the slide there. In live music, again, the hierarchy of venues showed a distinction. The more formally structured, the more likely it would be adequate working time. But as I said, we had stories of people who had sets where they had to play from 8 until 12 before they got dinner. And then we had other live venues that were just fantastic. They would always say, you can come, there's rehearsal time, you can come before, we'll give you a drink after the first set and your dinner between your first and your second set, you know, and your choice of the third set is depending on the audience. But some of those live musics have gone because of COVID. So not only is the sector complicated, but COVID has changed the economic relationship of some of the key venues and spaces that we need to have to practice the work of the sector. So just going very quickly, I've mentioned about working time, how difficult that is, and you know, found lots of differences in different countries. Some fashion outlets in Tanzania, for example, allowed people to bring their kids to work, had creches. It's a very rare thing to find anybody who's willing to have you bring your kids to work in our sector across the continent. And so for women, it's a particularly difficult choice. So the women who go on the road do so because they need the money and that's their practice, not because they want to leave their kids, right? So we also have to understand how that works. And as I said earlier, there's a lot of work that we found that needs to be abolished, you know, and look at the last points there. Any employment that is risky for the life safety and well-being of dancers, for example, in the DRC. They gave us a list of things that they're demanding from their government. Employment with long hours and no rest. Rehearsal, 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 performance, sleep, back to rehearsal, 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 performance, no time to recover, to let the body sort of recuperate. Employment with harsh traveling conditions, employment without contracts or dubious contracts, employment with safety considerations such as poor flooring, cables littered all over the place, cluttered stages. I should have demanded a little step. Got a double hip replacement, you know, not so easy to get onto stages. Yeah, these are the kind of things we don't think about. As disabled workers in our sector are really in trouble. So stability and security of work, we understand that is a really difficult thing because of the seasonality of our sector. You know, in South Africa, we have the season of Heritage Month. Everything happens in September, right? And if you're not willing to work in September, if you're sick in September, you are in trouble because it means you don't have work. So, and I'm sure that applies to many other countries. I'm going to go fast here. Equal opportunity and treatment of work is also a very central element of the decent work agenda because everybody must have equal opportunity. It means there should be adverts about jobs or possibilities of income earning or gigs or casting agents or adverts for fashion models or whatever it is, whatever your space is. It should be equally available to everybody, but it's not. We work with the known suspects. Have you heard that term? We have the known suspects who are always on the bill for the live music, or the known suspects who are the dance choreographers asked to do a performance. And the sector needs to have a voice to talk about why that's not okay. Occupational health and safety, again, we've got stories about people who've gone to practice and couldn't dance or couldn't sing because the stage felt insecure and they were told they wouldn't get paid. We've got other people who had the same problem and they said they're not going to sing and they got paid. Why? Because they had a contract that said if this artist feels that the staging is not secure and they pull out, they still got to be paid. So I've been given a thumbs down to finish. So I'm going to just finish on the only union I found is trade union, the Musicians Union of South Africa, by the way, in all of the work we did. I'm going to finish on one slide. This is it. Because we need to find what is a policy recommendation for this. And the question that we're saying here is that we need better data that looks at what the sector's about, that we have metrics and systems, that we have better intermediaries that support the sector, such as the Music in Africa Foundation. That's an intermediary. We have many intermediaries. Those intermediaries need to think about their work and their purpose as broader than just what they do, and support the people that are in their sector. We need to think about how to have simplified applications. We know that through this project, for example, some applications are so bureaucratic. People don't know how to apply for them. They don't have the tax clearance to become a member of the body. We need to think of different ways that recognize the informality and find workarounds, as we heard yesterday from our Jamaican colleague on the similar project in the Caribbean. She called it workarounds. And so those are some of the key considerations to think about, and I'm going to end. I know it's very quick, but I want to talk about we need to recognize artists as workers and give artists the benefit of the kinds of labor relations, practices, and protections that all other workers have. And that's how I'm going to end. Thank you so much for your attention. It's been nice to be with you. And I'm willing to take any questions and any comments. That'd be great. Thank you. I don't know who's moderating my session. Well, I can moderate. Who wants to ask me the first question?
Muito bom dia. Meu nome é Capitino. Muito bom dia. Meu nome é Capitino. Eu sou poeta. Os meus olhos me fazem viver à vista que a natureza me proporciona, fazendo do cotidiano a realidade. Amanhã é outro dia. Agradeço e começo por esta pequena poesia para agradecer as lindas palavras da Avril.
Thank you.
Mas o meu... Sim, ela pede aplauso. Mas o meu questionamento é em relação à criatividade e como trazer o informal para o formal ao mesmo tempo que visita as profissões. Há uma inquietação em mim. Eu sou poeta e eu vivo poesia nas profissões, sim, senhora. Não consigo perceber se é algo exótico, ou erótico, ou lírico, mas que há poesia na criatividade nas profissões, é verdade. O informal na arte e a criatividade na arte, aí há uma ambiguidade que acontece quando não se percebe se a espontaneidade está dentro do formal ou se a criatividade também está dentro do formal. Ao mesmo tempo que não consigo perceber se o formal que se necessita aqui seria em relação à organização ou organizadores ou então à própria performance. Obrigado.
Thank you very much for that question, and I think you're absolutely right. In the study we did in South Africa, we found that In the formal sector, you find cultural managers, cultural administrators, cultural support people, who then work with the informal, who are the artists, the freelancers, the creatives. So even in the formal sector, where people are themselves cultural workers and cultural managers and cultural professionals, they too have to work with the informal, right? So you have this relationship all the time between informality and formality. And yes, often artists say their creativity is because they are not formal. A 9-to-5 job kills creativity for some people. However, we have to recognize that you can find creativity in the formal too. And we cannot then say that creativity only lives in the informal. So I'm not saying that, and I hope that's not what you took from me. You can have creativity in the formal sector too, but you need to then have structured conditions for that creativity to thrive and to flourish, as we have seen certain corporates very good at doing. I mean, there's so many fabulous stories about people like Facebook and Amazon and Google and their kind of working arrangements, and you come in and it's like a room like this, and there are bean bags all over and coffee machines and people playing ball with each other and people doing puzzles. But it's a working place. Why did the people recognize that? It's because play, and that's what we as creatives know about play. Play is a key condition to allow creativity to emerge. Experimentation. That playfulness, that experimentation can exist in the formal. But if you're in the formal sector as an artist, you want to make sure you've got conditions to allow your creativity to thrive. So thank you for that and your very kind words.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions on the floor before we... Oh, there's a question over there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Avril. What a beautiful presentation. I just wanted to zone into point number 7, the equal opportunity, and ask you a question about how do we create equal access to opportunity, particularly in this funding-driven economy. And I know you spoke about intermediaries and the role that intermediaries play, whether it's boards or in their own curation, that is preventing the equal access to opportunity. So how do we create the equal access to opportunity for funding?
I think that's such an important question, because often we were talking about the European Spaces of Culture project that I've just been on a jury for. And one of the things we found is that there are certain people who just know how to put in an application. They know all the words you need to use, all the buzzwords, all the conditions. It makes it look like a fabulous application, but if you look underneath, you realize actually they're not saying very much. Not everybody on our continent, in fact, most people on our continent do not have the support systems to put in big funding applications. And when the fund opportunity comes about, they literally have to put things aside to work on the proposal. They don't have people that do that for them. Like many big organizations internationally, I've actually written about the lack of equality of access to funding opportunities because of that. So you get like a wonderful opportunity to work on a big project, and you get a 2-week turnaround to put in your proposal. Well, nobody can put a proposal in 2 weeks and develop the partnerships and know who you're going to work with and do your budgeting and et cetera, and get all your compliance certificates. Because it's not like our organizations have people dedicated to that. So it's a really important question. And, you know, I'll use an example of the Craft and Design Institute in South Africa. They have, as an intermediary organization of craft and designers, they have found a way to access big funds like the Jobs Fund, the Presidential Employment Stimulus Package, National Arts Council money, et cetera. They apply for that on behalf of their members. Then they do a call out themselves that is written much simpler, with very different application criteria, and they make sure that all their members learn about those opportunities. They have sessions where they talk about what the opportunity is, who's eligible, how to apply. They give time for that. They apply to the CDI, the Craft Design Institute, for the money that they've got on their behalf. That is the definition of the role of an intermediary, to be a buffer between the informal craft and design people of South Africa, for example, and the public funds that are available, whether it's in your country or internationally. And we need to find more intermediaries that are willing to be that buffer between the informally organized or lack of organized creative workers and funding opportunities. But again, people should be sharing things on social media. People should be sharing things on WhatsApp groups. And we find that people don't. Because there's so little funding, people grab it, hold it tight, don't share, okay? But the more we have, like everybody commented, the most important thing of these sessions, the last 2 days, was the networking. People need to talk to similar people doing similar work, even if it's in a different field, because that's what stimulates creativity. That's where the learning happens. So actually, we should be sharing much more. But so thanks for your question. I think it's a really important one.
Thank you so much. And a round of applause for Avril, please. This was amazing. So insightful. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our 30-minute break. Try to come back to your seat maybe 5 minutes before, so we're back on schedule. And we also have our showcase, so feel free to indulge in that on your right, behind the bar. We also have an immersive experience, which I saw earlier when they were setting up. It looks really amazing, which is here under the stairs. And yeah, enjoy. It's a tea break, yes. Tea break over there, behind. And see you guys soon. And you guys at home, I'll see you guys in a minute. Até já.
Some people aqui de Hood Bros, estou muito feliz com essa oportunidade que a Bushfire está a trazer aqui em Moçambique para o collaboration entre Moçambique e Suazilândia com a Tobile, que vai ser um banger isto, pá.
That's good.
Olá, tudo bem?
Nice.
That's good. Aqui.
Collaboration is of importance because of the fact that it opens the borders that we created. Through music, they are then cracked, they are then brought down. It didn't only bring down borders between Mozambique and Eswatini, it also brought down the border between music genres.
É possível juntar estilos musicais, independente da tua área, se tu fazes hip hop, R&B ou traditional music, tu podes juntar com qualquer tipo de vibe.
I came with a song that I've heard for a while. It starts out with, ever since I came on this earth, I've been struggling. You see, it becomes it's so close by, like I can see the destination. I can see where I'm going now.
Yeah. I said, yeah. Yeah.
África tem que estar unido. A África tem que estar unido de certa forma, então eu acho que estamos na fase de estar mais unidos. Então é com a arte que acho que podemos conseguir tentar fazer isso. Este projeto, assim, antes de acabar, até parece que não é grande coisa, mas é muito importante, vai ser muito importante. Collaboration deu uma oportunidade que até eu de longe ficaria tipo, como é que seria?
Eu peguei este teu som aqui, mudei o pitch para ficar assim. Ele vai ficar lá no fundo, lá.
Sim. To be honest, what went down was amazing because I was expecting clashes of ideas and clashes of opinion. Bring it back so quick, they are so and so sharp.
When something is easy for us, we don't like it because it's easy. We prefer challenge.
Quando eu vi ela, percebi que ela canta mesmo de corpo e alma. Até quando canta, ela faz as caretas mesmo, muda ali, fecha os olhos.
It could dominate the world if we can allow ourselves to collaborate, like the real collaboration.
So Billy, nesta mistura da nova hood, a de raiz, percebemos que é importante isso. É importante mesmo buscar mais a africanidade em nós.
We call it a day. This is where we parar.
I got my body.
Zimbabwe's in the house. We're in the studio. The collaboration is in full swing.
Morena Leraba from Lesotho. We are really doing this with Mukumba in Harare studio time. And this is going to be fire.
This is my studio, which is called Culture House. I wanted to be part of collaboration because I enjoy experimenting and the opportunity of cultural exchange.
So we would love that the audience are going to experience this Lesotho type of singing and culture and the Zimbabwean feel of the Zimbabwean culture from Morena and Matthias' voices together. They're going to have that fire coming.
Basically just trying to catch the beauty of two worlds, two musicians. So what I'm basically doing right now is capturing all the ideas in case they forget, and then it's further developed.
The message of the song, it's like a game of shepherds. You know, when we are looking after animals, we'd say, the Budi is a like Budi is a goat, in Sesotho is to preserve those village stories, those village idioms.
I think the biggest thing is the unity that we are one, right? We are of the same cloth, right? We are of the same creed, and we are proudly showing that and proudly acknowledging the similarities and the connections, the intersections of our culture and of our languages.
When I start this, I say kaolota, meaning here is a riddle.
You can give me this one, then I can put my
In your language.
in my language.
Yes.
With the music, I sort of erase the borders. It's beyond singing. It's healing. It's me speaking Sesotho, Tami speaking Zulu, Xhosa. You know, when we talk, we hear each other.
So we just managed to come up with something nice, and we are happy about what we are creating right now. And the song sounds amazing. So we are happy to be working and continuing. And today has been a success for us.
Once I put on the blanket and the balaclava and the hat and, you know, the stick, like I transcend to some other place. My hope for this song is new horizons.
Whatever that is inside, just let it out.
Collaborating now is a reminder that we are the same. We bring you, all of you, so that your fire can stoke my fire, and that fire can catch on to that fire, so that the fire can move. We can create a bigger ring of fire.
With this collaboration that we've just made, I know people are going to be happy, and we're happy to take the music to Bushfire this year.
This collaboration right here, that's something else. I can't wait for you guys to hear it.
Are we ready?
Ready. Let's do this.
And your time starts now.
It's a famous location. Benita.
It's a tea.
Chai latte.
Round tea.
Cappuccino.
They drink it like this.
Cappuccino.
No, it's a tea.
And your time starts now.
It's a mental tactic.
Cook and Jam was the debut project album of which Namibian artist? Is that your final answer? Final answer? Can you not be friendly? This is how you're losing points.
Put it into Galeto.
Oh. They destroyed the Habigango Stadium. You didn't confuse the enemy enough.
Hola, delegates. Please make your way back to your seats. Conference programming is about to commence.
All right. And so the amazing music that we've been hearing in the background has all been curated by or through the Sound Connect Fund. And up next, we have an amazing roundtable with the success stories from this beautiful Sound Connect Fund. And who is going to be the moderator? É a nossa mana, Lena Baul, who is an artist, educator, and a cultural activist. I love that expression, actually, or term. And during her 7 years in Brazil, she founded a research about vocal music and the different ways of using the voice and the body as an instrument, which is super interesting. I've been following you for a while, and it's super powerful. Not only that, her debut album, Nomade, which focuses on the vocal expression of indigenous Mozambique, was rated among the top 100 best album released in Brazil 2016. Can you believe it? Help me welcome a nossa mana, Lena Baul.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, checking. Hello, everyone. Still in the morning. I'm very happy to be here. Just before I sit, someone forgot their glasses on the chair. Yes. I was about to sit and then, yeah, don't worry, I'm like, no problem. Super. So, I'm really enjoying this conference so far because it's been very relaxing in a way and informal, which is a good thing. And I'm very honored to be in this place today, holding an inspiring and aspiring conversations to about stories of success with these beautiful, incredible people. This is my very first time hosting a panel, so I'm very excited and nervous, so please bear with me if I do anything wrong. But before I start, to ease a bit of the muscles and get comfortable in this place, I would like to do what I do before I start doing what I don't normally do, which is singing. So I would like to invite you to sing with me, and all you have to say is ni bom. Yeah, which means I'm good. So I'm gonna sing the song that me and my son's nanny translated from Portuguese to English, which is a greeting song. So, Zishile, zishile ausheni, zishile, zishile ausheni. Namuja sikunzimbenyana na milosa hinkwenu zishile zishile ausheni. Yeah, thank you so much. Round of applause for you. Super. So this song means good morning. I salute you all because today is a new day. All right. So Filippo already introduced me, and adding to the fact of being a singer and art educator and cultural activist, I'm also a founder of this company called Pantima Cultural, which is my company that I decided to create in order to facilitate more creative processes for artists and for people in general. So just, it would be nice to add that to you. So without further ado, I would like to welcome my colleagues here in the panel. I'm going to start with Yara Costa from YC Films from Mozambique. Please join me. Welcome. And then Rudu Chakanyuka from Povo Africa. It's a company from Zimbabwe. Chama Chakanga, Afroprint line from Namibia. Dabuitso Daka from Chipata Radio in Zambia. And Pusetso Nyabela from Morija Museum in Lesotho. Great. So welcome you all. Let's get into this journey together, right? I'm going to share you briefly what I imagine on how this panel is going to go. So I'll have my colleagues introducing themselves a little bit on what they do, what do their organizations do, and a little bit of their Sound Connect Fund funded projects. And then after that, I'm going to ask a couple of questions just to get the ball rolling. And then we're going to go to a Q&A with everyone, and then some testimonials from other grantees about their projects. All right, so I would like to start with you, Yara, as Mozambican, to open the doors for us. You have a microphone here for you.
Thank you, Lena. Thank you all. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Yara. You cannot hear? No? Yeah?
Yeah.
Now? Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, friends, colleagues. My name is Yara Costa. I'm a filmmaker based in the island of Mozambique, in the northern province of Nampula. I started making films about 16 years ago, documentary filmmaking, and I think I consider myself a storyteller, using different mediums to tell those stories. Sometimes it's film, sometimes it's a podcast, sometimes it's an art installation, like the project that I did in the island recently, which is really an immersive. Is everything all right with the sound? Yeah. I did an immersive installation in the island of Mozambique that you all invited to come. But those are just mediums. What I work with is local narratives, narratives that we don't usually see, narratives that are not visibilized, narratives that sometimes are disturbing in a sense that they are counter-narratives of the official narratives that we've been used to. And that's, I think in a nutshell, what I can say. I really work with unofficial narratives and narratives that can help us broaden the perspective that we have of ourselves, of our communities, of our countries, of our continent as humans. The immersive experience that I did in the island of Mozambique, it's called Nahota and the Mermaid. Nahota is the captain of a dhow, which is a traditional sailing boat, originally from Swahili sailing boat, originally from Oman, but very present along our long 3,000 kilometer coastline. And actually goes all the way from Mogadishu, Somalia, to the southern Mozambique in Yamban, where they're still making dhows the same way they were doing back in Oman around the 5th century. And myself and the team that I trained for a period of time in the island, we were recording all of the stories, the knowledge, the wisdom, the science, the traditional ecological knowledge that we'll have, and the arts, the chants. So a lot of the work was of a previous project that I was funded previously, was recording all that material, the fishermen songs and chants, the women that go out to the sea every day, and they chant, and when they chant, they're really transmitting knowledge, they're transmitting history. They chant about what happened in the past, they chant about what's happening now, and they chant about the future. So it's really interpretation and a reading of the world through orality. And so we collected all of those, and then we recorded them with using immersive technology, something called spatial audio, which is basically recording in 360 degrees. So you do like this, and like this. And the intention was to really maintain the integrity of what was happening. Those chants only happen out in the sea, on the boats or in the sea banks. It made no sense to bring these people into the studio to record, because that's just not, you don't understand what you're listening to. It's just, and I think I work a lot with cultural heritage, and part of it is understanding its integrity, its context, its history. So a lot of the work was doing that, and we used immersive technologies and merged with the technology that exists in the traditional society. There's a lot of technology. It's not with machines, but it's a different kind of technology. And so merging the two and alerting for the fact that all of these arts, all of this culture, all of this wisdom is deeply threatened and affected by what's happening to the climate. We're living a crisis in the climate that is not just the climate crisis, it's also a social crisis, it's also a political crisis, it's also a cultural crisis that I think we all can talk about it. And so this project was a bit an attempt to talk about these things in a technological way, merging the two, yeah.
Beautiful, very exciting. Please, everyone, don't forget to go and see the installation, right? You already had a spoiler, and to go and be there.
Say something? So the installation is in the island of Mozambique, and happy to host you there. But it was impossible to bring it all now here. It will happen further down the line, but you can see a little bit, an excerpt. We brought it here, and you can see it on your...
Right there, right?
After,
yeah,
exactly.
Right there.
So
perfect.
The ones who are interested can go, put your name on it, and we'll generously show it. Yeah.
Super, thank you for that. Thank you, Yara. We're gonna go now to our beautiful Rudo, right? From Zimbabwe. Do you wanna share who you are, a bit of your organization, and a bit of your project, the funded project, yeah? Can we turn on Rudo's microphone, or should we use the same one? Is it better to just get practical? Okay, so yeah, just share that one.
Good day, good morning everyone, bon dia, bonjour. My name is Rudo Chakanyuka, and I am part of Povo Africa, which is sort of an arts collective, sort of a movement. We are an arts and culture and sustainability organization, and we believe in free expression. We believe in creating alternative spaces where artists, creatives, and anybody really can come and talk about the things that matter to them, and we like to have these conversations. Actually, POVO, our POVO is an acronym for People of Valid Opinions. So we believe that everyone's voice matters, and we try to amplify those voices and give spaces where they can have conversations about anything, particularly the arts and culture. So we have a variety of projects that we have been doing, I think, as far back as 2004. We have journals, Povo Journal, where various artists and creatives would showcase their work. And of course, this was around a time where we used to get a lot of negative publicity about our country, and this was our way of putting our best foot forward and showing the best of ourselves to the world. So we had Povo journals, and then we had the women journals, because when these initial journals started, they were mainly male-dominated, because that is how the arts and culture industry tends to be. So at that time, we thought, this is a bit unfair. It looks a bit like a boys' club. So can we find the female creatives? Because I knew for a fact they were out there. But when the open call would come out to say, bring your work along, maybe they were a bit hesitant, maybe they were shying away from the limelight. So I had to go out and dig them out, and put them into these journals. So we've done 3 women's journals now, which is all female creatives putting their work together. Then we've had also the Povo Convos and Convo Conversations. These are on YouTube, where it's interviews with various creatives from different backgrounds, just talking about general issues. Then we also have a Sustain Zim, and this is talking more now about sustainable development and the environment, climate change, because as much as we are creatives, we do work as part of a globe and a world that is being affected by this issue. So we had our take, and also having conversations with people who are working sustainable development and climate change. And then we have curated events, such as the 16 Women's Voices. This was a 16 days of activism event or live event, but we had it during COVID, so it was online. And it was women artists coming together, creating new music around the issue of gender-based violence. And this can be found as a series of videos on YouTube. So for each day, each of the 16 days, we would put out one of the artists and have conversations around that. And the project that brings me here, which was funded by Sound Connects, was called Musicable, or Musicable. And in this project, it actually stemmed from the 16 Women's Voices, because we did say, let's be inclusive in this project. And we invited along a young poet, emerging poet in Zimbabwe, and her name is Thea Martian, and she has albinism. So she came along and she was part of the cast of the 16 Women's Voices. And this was during, of course, October into November into December, where we would have our rehearsals and our meetings and all of that sort. And she would come through with everyone else and put in as many hours as everyone else in extreme heat. And we were not aware that she is being affected differently by this heat. We had not done our homework. And of course, there's a time she then spent a night in the hospital on her drip. She was dehydrated, couldn't come through for rehearsals the next day. And this kind of took us aback. And we thought, we're music industry. We think we're pretty woke and conscious. But in this case, we had not thought everything through. What does it mean to be inclusive? What does it mean to work with an artist with a disability? Do we have to be the ones to do the research and learn more about their disability, their needs, or do they come up and be the one to tell us? But then, of course, with Thea Martian, young artist, and I think she saw this as a huge opportunity, and she was like, I can't tell them, I just have to push. And so she ended up in this position, and so we felt we need to do a project where we come together, we bring, and we decided to work again with women artists, because if you're a woman artist with a disability, it's like the intersectionality of those barriers for you make it even more difficult, more challenging to make it within the music industry. So we found 3 young women or emerging artists with disabilities, and we paired them with mentors who are more established in the music industry. And through this mentorship journey, we really broke down what it means to be inclusive. We went through the process of having shows and the mentors inviting them to perform with them. We went through the process of recording, really going through what it means, the day-to-day experience. And then we had these panel discussions where they were sharing and giving feedback. And the intention there was to share this information and bring awareness to the rest of the music industry, because if we had not thought it through the first time with that project, then I'm sure definitely not everyone thinks about it every day. And one of the artists in particular had been in the music industry, I think, for the past maybe 10, 15 years. And she was a backing vocalist for some of Zimbabwe's leading artists. She traveled the world, and she was involved in a car accident, and now she's a wheelchair user. And she did share that, now that she has to navigate the music industry in this new situation, it's a lot different. And what she would always say is, you never think about it until you are in that position. And so for us, this project was to really share and to make everyone think about it. Like, you don't think about it until you can't get up on stage.
Of course.
And so it's really the start. We only sort of scratched the surface with this project, because we then found, there's a lot. We unpacked quite a lot, but we only scratched the surface. And so, yeah, for now, that's the project that we were involved in.
Super. Thank you so much for sharing this. Amazing. Amazing. I'm already excited with all the conversations here. And yeah. All right, so we're going to move to Dabuito, right? Please tell us who you are, your projects. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll lean in a little bit because I think the mic is a little short. Bomdeya, good morning. My name is Dabuito Daka. I'm from Zambia, from Chipata Radio, but we trade as Breeze FM. Breeze, the name came from the fact that the founder of the company was walking in the eastern part of Zambia, which is very hilly, and before it became overpopulated, there used to be nice breezes that used to come through the mountains, and he used to feel that on his neck, and that's why he decided to call it Breeze. So Breeze is a commercial radio station. We're privileged to be the only radio station, I think, out of the 36 grantees. And people may be wondering, how does radio fit in with arts, I guess? So we are a radio station that's predominantly focused on bringing to light the stories, the experiences, and news from the people and from the communities. We pay particular attention to that. And in that sentiment, our project was called the Promotion of Indigenous Communication Systems in the regions of Eastern Province, Malawi, and Mozambique. And that came about because, firstly, in those three countries, in those regions, we have the Chewa-speaking people. There are about 14 million people. The majority of those people are in Malawi, and then we have a lot more in Zambia, and then a tiny bit in the corner of Mozambique. And so what we wanted to do was we wanted to document their culture, their traditions, and their music. But in thinking about that, we thought, well, why don't we then go a step further and document the traditions and traditional ceremonies, traditions, and music of 4 other tribes in that area. So that's what we did. So we documented 5 traditional ceremonies of 5 different groups of people. We recorded the music. So we had the sonic, which was recording music from the ceremonies, and then we also had visual recordings of the traditional ceremonies. And what we wanted to do with that was 2 things. We wanted to then be a platform, or create a platform through distributing that music onto all the worldwide streaming platforms. And also in doing that, we wanted to then try and find a way to create income source for these people that they didn't have before. And we also just wanted to be able to share information, and we did that by partnering with different radio stations in the 3 countries. So we partnered with 2 radio stations in Malawi, Zimwe Community Radio Station, and in Kota Kota radio station. And then here in Mozambique, we partnered with Radio Angonia in Tete. So during the project, we traveled about 900 kilometers to these radio stations. And the idea of this is that because obviously the biggest ceremony was the Kulamba ceremony of the Chera people, we then wanted to have the ability of the people in the different countries to actually experience the ceremony, because not all of them are able to travel to Zambia for the ceremony, or were able to do so. So the partnerships with these radio stations allowed for us to live stream and broadcast the ceremony to these people in these different countries. And then lastly, we did just want to try and create a mechanism. And this mechanism was on the basis of can the, I guess, private sector, or can a private entity find ways to partner with traditional leadership and able to find ways or structures or means to be able to get them to create avenues to sustain themselves. Because mostly you'd find that they may be dependent on grants or donations to them. But what we wanted to do and say was, well, we can actually partner together and use the talent that's available in your locale, within the tribes, and find ways that could promote their talent, showcase their talent, and monetize their talent in the long run. Yeah.
Can you share with us the name of the 5 groups of people that you
Yes,
documented?
sorry.
Yeah?
So there was the Nsenga people, Nsenga,
Yeah.
yep. So there was 2 ceremonies of the Nsenga people, and there's the Kunda people, the Ngoni people, and then the Chewa people.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Super. Thank you. Beautiful, amazing
you.
project. And where do we find is the platform available already?
So all the music launched on the 4th of May last year. So you can find there's about 120 songs in total.
Okay. What's the
from
name
all
of
different tribes.
the platform?
So it's on all your streaming platforms, Spotify,
Like Spotify and
Apple,
everything.
everywhere.
So
Yes.
how do we look for it? That's what.
So
what's
if you
the name?
if you just type any of the sounds of series is what
Sounds
it's called.
of Sirius.
Yep.
Okay.
Or
Good.
you can just type the tribe name and it'll come up.
Okay, great, great. So
Thank you.
thank you so much. All right, Chama, we need microphones. This one is not. Can you speak on that one just to see if it's working? Speaking is better. Yeah, there we go.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Chama Chakanga. I'm from Windhoek, Namibia, and I am representing an organization called Afroprint. And so I am the creative director of this organization, Afroprint, and what we do is we upcycle and recycle the offcuts of material to make products, but mainly African print material, hence the name Afroprint. And what we aim with this is to achieve an African print identity. So an example I can make is when you look at Ghana, you can identify that this art form involving African print comes from Ghana. When you look at Kenya, this art form with African print is coming from from Kenya. So what we want is when they look at our products, they can say this part or this art form with African print is coming from Namibia. And yeah, so that's the aim of the organization. And then what we did for our Sound Connects Fund project was that we wanted to disseminate information on topics as arts, culture, and music, and mainly targeting the Namibian area, but also we touch on the African topics that we feel like needs to be noticed and raise awareness on these topics. So the way we were going to do this was by developing a game show. So in the past we made a board game which catered to our locals, and one of the projects that we did was we worked with the United Nations, where the cue cards, the content on the cue cards were the Sustainable Development Goals. So we produced these games in quite a large quantity, and then this was donated to schools. So what we're pushing with this goal on the project is education and to raise awareness on the topics that we feel need awareness. So we had two objectives for the project, which was now the game show, and then after the game show, we would now make another or an improved version of the board game that we previously had, with the content that we extract from the game show. Thank you.
We can find the game show on YouTube, right?
Yes, so we released 5 episodes.
Yeah.
All the episodes are on YouTube. And then we also have a social media page, Instagram, and then also on our website.
Super.
So that's where you can find the content.
Yeah. The game is really, really, really nice. You should look for it on YouTube. It's fun.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we go to Busetso.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Pusetso. I'm from Lesotho. I'm the Deputy Curator of Morija Museum and Archives. And this is an organization which was established in 1956 by the French missionaries when they realized that most of the artifacts of Basotho are kind of getting extinct. So as a preservation, they started this institution. So by the very same nature, we are an institution which is kind of preserving archives. We've got an archival holding, we've got the museum, and at the same time, we are a custodian of Lesotho's cultural heritage. And we realized that at one point, some of the aspects of our Basotho cultural heritage are getting extinct. Like, that is when we responded to a call from Music in Africa where Sound Connects came into being, that we decided to propose to have a project called Reappropriating Lesotho's Cultural Heritage Through New Media. The project basically seeks to reclaim some aspects of Basotho culture, focusing on 7 indigenous instruments and reviving storytelling. So we went out, did some research, and some of the findings, we naively thought that these instruments basically belong to Basotho only, or even some groups close to us in South Africa. But we only find that these instruments, they are regional. You find them in every country in the region. Like, for instance, we realized that an instrument called lisiba, you can find it among the Chopi people here in Mozambique. And then another instrument called in Zim is called chipendani. You can find it in Zimbabwe. So this is basically, we are saying there's a thread connecting us as a region. So that was really interesting for us to realize that no, these instruments are kind of regional. They don't belong to one particular country. And we went out of this research, we kind of produced a scholarly paper about the instruments, at the same time produced a workbook for educators so that they could be helped. Because in the curriculum, these instruments are there, but the teachers are not capacitated to teach these instruments. So we realized that that's where we have to close the gap as the museum, as a heritage institution, because we realize that ultimately some of these instruments are going to get extinct. And this one good story that we went out in one of the very, very remote, Lesotho is kind of got the lowlands, we've got the highland, the foothills and the highlands. We found an old lady playing one particular instrument, and she was the last one playing that instrument. And when we interviewed her, she was so moved that ultimately people can realize that these things are getting extinct. But at the same time, it's like it's our responsibility to leave the legacy for coming generations about this particular culture, because basically, what are we leaving the future generations to say, well, this is part of our identity. And if it's not protected, it's not preserved, on what base are they going to use this as their springboard in terms of moving forward? And we documented this, and then we used audio-visual documentation, and some of this material is found on our YouTube, our website, where we basically wanted people to access this material so that it can be accessed by everybody, students, researchers, or any other person who wants to have access to this particular material. And when it comes to animation, when it comes to storytelling, we send out a call for people to create a story or compose a story basing themselves on Basotho folklore. And a panel was selected to select a good story, and then out of this good story, an animation film was made. And we brought together, sound engineers, we brought together many people in the creative industry. So basically, this is what we did with Sound Connect, and we were really appreciative about the funding that we got, because we were able to preserve some of our traditions, or even to preserve our identity for future generations. Thank you.
Wow, all these projects are really, really, really inspiring. Congratulations, first of all. One thing that I find it very interesting on all of your projects is there's a common place, a common practice of actually using the new media, either by filming, projection, audiovisuals, radio streaming, in order to be the strategy to sort of like perpetuate these memories and experiences, or the outcomes of those experiences. My question to you, maybe I'm going to start with you, Posesso. Sorry, because you are still in the in the topic. How do you find this balance between using the new technology, the media, in relation to the traditions, in relation to the contact of the people with the traditions? Like, how do you find that specifically the young people can either get in touch with the traditions, which actually require more presence and less cell phones and TVs, etc., in order to be there present and inhale from that heritage, but at the same time interacting with those elements of new media, of accessing the material that comes to them, to inspire them to keep preserving those cultures? How do you find, from your experience, how do you see that the people related to that? I'm going to direct that question to you and to I think for you, Dabritso, because I think that was something very present in your work. If you would share some thoughts on how you see that balance between tradition and the new technology, and how can one help the other?
I think with the new technology, particularly the digital world, the youth are so used to using different platforms, and whenever they do research, they usually use these different platforms. And at the same time, if it's part of their identity, because lately it's like people are going back and saying, who are we? Where are we coming from? What is it that we want to achieve ultimately? It's like, yes, there's that eagerness to take what was in the past and bring it to the present, to make sure that it's relevant to our situation, our context. Because some of the things is like, some of the music, you just change it, bring it to our current time. So I think, there's that balance. And I usually find it very interesting, because with the youth, anything is possible. and they're always eager to do something new. And at the same time, it's like, yes, I would like to use a different word, but lately it's like people are saying, let's decolonize our way of thinking. So it's like people are saying, let's go back, but at the same time say, who are we? Where do we want to go? Thank you.
Okay, for us, so for us, the board game would be the traditional way, but in any way, a board game will always be a board game, and when you play a game, it's engaging, it's entertaining, so this is fun learning, and it's a different way of consuming information. So when we made these board games and we put them out, they were received very well, so that is, good feedback for us. That tells us that the traditional way is still effective, because when you mix yourself with the information and you engage with it a different way, as to going into a museum, picking up an item, and you have to read about it, and yeah, it's different. So when we got the funding with Sound Connects Fund, we saw that we took the opportunity to now penetrate into the market of what as you say, new media. So now we said we are going to take this board game and we're going to change it into a game show, so it still has the same impact. It's still, even though it's new media, the way you interact with it, you interact with the questions, it's quite different. So both of them, the results were quite very, very effective. And with new media, it's convenient. It has inclusivity. Whether you want to, you can reach all the age groups, whether it's the youth, whether it's the elders, and yeah, it's just a click away. You want a podcast, you want a video, you want a newspaper, you want to read it just off the normal way. Yeah. And yeah, that was it for us.
Nice, super, thank you. Do you want to share, Maputo?
I think for radio's it's slightly different, because you have your conventional radio where people listen to it in the car, or people listen to it on their phones, but predominantly for the people that we were trying to serve who are in communities, rural communities, it's basically radio device or their phones. So what we try to do, and what I personally believe, is that radio is shifting slightly, and it's shifting to a visual aspect to it. If you notice, a lot of the commercial radio stations, whether it's, I'll just give 947 in South Africa as an example, Power 1 FM in New York, they are shifting to a model that has visual aspects to it. So your studio will have cameras in there, and then they'll curate certain interviews, certain interesting segments, and then they'll curate them into probably between 15 to minute and a half segments, and then throw them online. So that's something that we are trying to do when we are in the communities, because we want to show people what's actually being heard. In addition as well, one thing that we really want to make sure that we're not doing is distorting the message, because it's very easy to distort the message. If you're in the environment and you're interviewing these people, and you then go and you try and create what you have heard and use new media to sort of put too many effects, etc., it distorts the message, because what you're trying to do is tell the intrinsic story and get the person that's watching to have the same feeling, and to evoke the feeling or the message that the person wants, the way they were saying it at the time. So from a new media perspective, I think that's what we are sort of barreling towards, I think. Yeah.
Good, nice. Thank you so much for sharing that. I want to make the conversation a little bit more juicy. Adding to that, I'm going to bring this to you, Yara. We have a very delicate and urgent kind of topic that I feel like, as we are talking about technology and new media, it's hard not to tackle nowadays. So basically, we kind of like know the situation that's happening in Congo with all the cobalt world and everything, and all the capitalistic structure around it. And then it's a particular dilemma that I also have, and I feel like when I ask that question is a way of wanting to share and hear a bit from you. As Africans who actually use technology as a tool to support this journey of perpetuating memories, right, and giving the story back to the people as a way of empowering, how do you imagine, if it's even possible, a balance between the usage of the technology itself as being part of the solution versus, as being part of the problem versus also being part of the solution, because it's a big dilemma, this thing. So how do you picture that? How do you deal with that?
How long do we have for that?
Sorry.
As you said, technology is a tool, right? And I think it's about the content and how we use that tool. And it's there, it's being made. We can decide not to use it. It will still be made. The mines of cobalt in Congo will not close today. So has the coal mines in this country, or the oil or the gas or the sand mining. And it is a problem, it's a serious problem. And I think it's an important discussion because we don't leave an island isolated from that. With that said, I think, it's not sustainable, but leaving is not sustainable, period. And that's why I think it's so important, since it's here, we might as well own it, put it in our hands, and use it to what we believe should be used to. And I think technology is not just the new media, the virtual reality. There's technology in the traditional communities that we all know, and it's there. The ability of knowing what plant is good for what disease is science, is technology. The ability to predict what's gonna happen with the next cyclone or the next tides according to the calendar of the moon, it's technology. So I think maybe we're not seeing it as technology, and we're looking at technology just as coming from this Western world, or the modern industrial world. But I think, yes, it's like, that cousin that is in your house that you don't really like him, but since he's there, you might as well make him do things that serve the community and serve your purposes. And I think we should also demystify the technology, because it's not something, and I think the new technology it's a bit more democratic in the sense that it's more accessible, whether you want it or not. People might not have a ceiling on their roofs, or not sure whether they're going to eat it or not, but they will have a small phone, even if it's not a smartphone. So it's there, and they're doing M-Pesa transfers, and so it's there, and people are using it, and it's becoming part of our lives. So I think it's about the content and how it gets to the right hands, and we appropriate ourselves from it, so that we're not just being bombarded with content that we don't see ourselves, that we cannot relate, and maybe in that content show that, there's also technology elsewhere, and we need to maybe change the gaze of how we look at things, and that maybe that will also help understand where the things are coming from. And so, we talked about Congo, but like the sources of it, and what does it mean to be in the room like this, and we flew, some of us got flights, some of us drove, but like, and it's part of also the crisis that we're living, and I think it should be present in everything that we do, and just have it acknowledged and see how to navigate.
It's a big dilemma, né? With everything, with environment, sustainability, ecological. It's part of the times that we're living in. But I just wanted to bring that just to have a food for thought for everyone, to also have that like on the table when we are talking about new ways of making our arts accessible and moving forward. So thank you for that, Yara. All right, so I want to talk a bit about the challenges, right, of the projects. I'm going to go to you, Rudu. Your project is called Music Able, right? You didn't mention that, but maybe you please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm saying it wrong, which was like having 3 women with disabilities to be part of a creative process. And then, well, that was streamed, and then they had all these mentorships and conversations, collaborations with artists. But there's something that I really wanted you to kind of like give us a light onto it, which is the topic of capacitism. Do you know that term? It's like a big, like when, in Brazil they say it a lot, it's a big thing in Brazil, which is basically when you have a discrimination attitude towards someone because of their disability, and then you kind of like diminished their abilities because you think that person is only there because of the disability, right? So, and then whenever the person does something good or something, I mean, well done, like even basic stuff, there's this over celebration of it, but not because it was done normally, but because of the relationship with the disability. So I wanted to hear from you, like probably you had some myths and preconceptions from people, and I want to hear from you when you were doing your project, what were the preconceptions that you had to deal with it in order to open that human space for these women to just do their art freely without this preconception of you're just here because of this, of that, but also with this idea of inclusion specifically. Is it clear? Sorry.
Yeah, I think you could ableism, yeah, right. So with that, we worked very closely with our project advisor, who is a disability advocate, award-winning communicator, Soneni Gwizi. So she walked this journey with us from the start. And we had these conversations throughout about how to avoid ableism, how to avoid taking this project into the wrong direction. And it's very easy to do that. So we had these conversations daily. We talked about the language that you should use when working and talking about disability. The coolest thing should say is like, don't be weird about it. You know, that's the thing that tends to get us down that slippery slope, is you get uncomfortable and then, you know, but she says, no, speak about it as you would speak about a topic, because this is what it is. If you have a question to ask, think about the words that you're using. Are they derogatory? Are they offensive? But just be human about it. You know, if you have curiosity, find a way that you would ask about anything else. You know, don't be offensive about asking about something, but if you are genuinely curious, find out and learn. So for us, it was a journey of unlearning and relearning and really reworking what we thought we knew. And in terms of then applauding someone to say, oh, well done, you know, yay, we had to move from that, because now we at least saw each other as, you know, sisters. And it was really beautiful as well that it was all women. There was this great sense of sisterhood and solidarity that we had, and we would end up talking about things like makeup, you know, and things that affect every woman, you know, whether you have a disability or you do not have a disability. But the truth is, those issues are there, those barriers are there, and overcoming them is a victory in a sense. Because we have one of the artists, her name is Chipo, and she's very popular at the moment. She's been getting a lot of hits on YouTube and people watching her content, coming to her shows. And one of the things she then said in one of the interviews was, I would like for people to know me not as Chipo with a disability, but Chipo the musician. So she just wants to be a musician, a professional musician, an artist. And so that mentorship was mentorship not because she has a disability, but mentorship because she wants to improve herself as a performing artist. And so, yes, that issue will always be there. It's the same as, the question with affirmative action, in any space, the quota system. People will always say, oh, so you got into university with less points because you're a girl. But, these are things that are necessary in order to create more equal spaces, more equal opportunities for everybody. And so we can never overlook that, but at the same time, in the same way that Yara was saying, we can't overlook the challenges that are there with technology, but we do need to find ways of moving forward and becoming a people who are evolving and becoming, more inclusive and just able to deal with our differences and our similarities and not be weird about it, as our advisor would say.
Without forcing it too much, but just as an education moment, could you share with us one thing that in your process of being with an advocate that she specifically taught you, like don't say that, or like that is probably common to most of us to say or behave that reproduces ableism?
I think one of the most important things, she always says language matters. And currently in the disability advocacy movement, it's people first. So you don't say disabled musician, you say a musician with a disability.
Yeah,
you acknowledge who they are, not what they are.
Okay, exactly.
And so that was one of the most important things, and we would write our press releases and she'd go over with a fine-tooth comb. I'd get corrections. Wake up at 2 a.m., I've got corrections. So it was very important that you get the messaging and the wording correctly, because in a lot of senses and a lot of times, it's how we say things that then perpetuates how we think about things and how we view them. So yes, the language and the etiquette. She's actually got a booklet that she's written, which gives you basic, if you go to another country or if you're working with someone, of any kind, you should learn what's right and wrong. There are do's and don'ts everywhere. So, things that we didn't know and didn't understand or had never thought about. If someone is on a wheelchair and you're having a conversation with them and you're standing right next to them, it's a bit, it doesn't feel right. If you were in the same position and you thought about it and you're looking up to someone, just that dynamic doesn't feel good. So you either, pull a chair over and sit down so you're talking at eye level. And it's all these very small things, but the small things make the big things at the end of the day. So it was a huge learning experience, and the sharing that then happened at those panel discussions was also really important. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get the reach of the specific people that we wanted at the time, because our project coincided with the national calendar and people didn't want to really be out at gatherings and so on. But it was good that we were able to talk about and learn these things. So for ourselves, having learned, we are now able to tell other people, and I am here, saying these things, maybe some of you hearing them for the first time. And so, yes, I think the first things first, language. And this was a challenge in the vernacular as well, because in our local languages, we still have the language that we used when disability was something to be shunned. And so we're changing that, and we're evolving as we go along. So there was just so many things that we learned. And like I was saying, we scratched the surface with this. There's so much to unpack, because there's a whole diversity of disability as well. So the things that apply to someone who has a physical disability are not the same things that apply to someone who has an intellectual disability. So it really just started this conversation, and it really is a long way to go still.
Super. Can you share names with us? Like, where do we find the book that she wrote?
So she's Soneni Gwizi, Soneni Flossom Gwizi. Her nickname is Flossom. She acknowledges her physical flaw, but she calls it awesome.
Yeah.
So that's the person she is, Flossom.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if the book has been published publicly, but you can find her, Soneni Flossom Gwizi, on social media. And the participants as well.
Yeah, would like to know.
Chipo Muchegwa, she's across all social media platforms. Chipo Muchegwa, Sitanda Zile Gumbo, and Jacqueline Mpofu. So those were the project advisor, the 3 young women with disabilities, and their mentors were Pauline Gundidza, Raven Duchess, and Vuyo Brown.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Dabwitso, I go to you again because I also want to hear your challenges. When we were chatting on the group call before, when we got to know each other, Christine shared with us that you had some challenges with the chiefs, right, from the tribes, into convincing them, right, to open the doors of the villages for you. Oh, it's working. Yay, these microphones are making a party. Eh?
Sorry.
So would you share a bit what challenges were those and how did you overcome them? Yeah.
I think challenges were with the traditional leadership, and it was basically from the context, I believe anyway, after self-evaluating and reflecting. I think it was based on the premise that there's probably been other individuals that have gone to the traditional leadership for whatever reason, whether it was to say they wanted to do something or maybe wanted a land for a particular thing, could have been any scenario. And then maybe that had been carried out, and then whatever was promised may not have been delivered. And then also, it probably would have been strange for, I guess, a radio station to come and say, "Oh, we want to document your traditional ceremony." But luckily, with our radio station, where we do have good relationships with them. But it was about, I think it was about explaining exactly what we wanted to do, and we knew that if we did that well, then we'd probably be able to get a better collaboration. Because in saying we want to document your ceremony, we want to record your music, we want to then be a distributor of your music, put your music onto streaming platforms, and then you're talking to them about licensing, you're taking master agreements, you're taking legal counsels that can speak their language, all these things. It probably would have been a bit daunting, and they probably would have thought these people are actually here to exploit us. And so that's where I think I guess a little bit of difficulty may have arisen from, because we're bringing so much to the table initially, and they would have probably been thinking, well, these people are not doing this from the goodness of their heart. They probably want to use us per se, and then also just I guess from a traditional and cultural aspect. Because they are the custodians of the land. And here you are coming up with these so-called grandiose ideas about how you can create incomes for their people, etc. And so all these things, I think, contributed and delayed, I think, the process in trying to move forward with the project. And there were rigidities there, because you're obviously explaining to 5 different people who all do things differently, who all you have to approach differently, et cetera, and so, yeah, the challenges were in those things, but we managed to navigate them, thankfully.
Good, that's nice, so good to hear. It's amazing how this fund, from your projects, and then we're gonna hear a bit more from the audience, from other testimonials, how this fund actually really opened, like you said, always, I mean, we're still scratching surfaces on this, but at least we have surfaces to start scratching, right? So I think that's what makes all of your projects very successful, because they're actually places where this fund was applied to actually literally transform, at least to start a process of transforming. Adding to that, and moving forward, because next I want to hear from the audience. I want to hear from you, considering the fact that this is just a surface, and then there's always more that can be done. How do you see that funds like this, other funds, future funds, can get better in different ways, either in the amount of money, in the bureaucracy, because this fund was was tough on that, right? In the bureaucracies, because most of the stories that you're bringing, I mean, most of the people that wanted to bring the projects were like creative artists, right? And don't really like companies and everything. So that must have been a challenge. But how do you see that funds like this, projects like this, can get better at actually funding properly what needs to be funded? I want to hear from you, Yara. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's healthy to think about the relationship of funders and grantees. Or actually, we've been having this discussion even with the people of Sound Connects. The word beneficiary for me is very problematic. Who are we to benefit anything, and how does this big project with a very specific, limited amount of money and time to execute it will benefit, and in what way? And I think we should be a bit more humble, maybe, to I understand maybe there's a lot of migration from a more humanitarian or charity or international cooperation world into the arts and culture, and sometimes it feels a bit like that, and it's not, because we're artists, we're creatives, and we're working with people that are also, you know, minding their own business and also doing their arts in their lives. That don't necessarily have to understand all the mechanics of how funds work, and we could be using that time to arts actually. So I think maybe, you know, it'd be healthy to rethink that relationship into a more partnership, collaborative relationship, where it's not just I'm giving you money, you know, the funds and the grants, and we need to write the proposals, and then everything that comes with it, because money doesn't come for free. It comes always with certain requirements and its strings attached, and a lot of energy is spent on fulfilling those requirements, because we want to continue working, we want to continue our projects, but I think it would only be good that if we start having an open and more honest discussion and conversation about how can we think things on a more of a longer, on a long run, not so much, you know, short projects with limited time with very specific outcomes, and more on programs maybe, you know, on yearly programs or even longer, especially for people who have been doing this, like, we all need money, and a lot of us, because there's a call for something, you'll come up with a project. But then there's also other people who, we've been doing this before the funds, we will do it, we did with the funds, and we will continue doing it without the funds, because that's who we are, that's what we do. But yeah, I think having a more open discussion about how can we think of maybe longer term relationships and more cooperative and more in a partnership model, and not so much in giving and recipient, grant and grantee. Did I answer?
Yeah, you got the ball rolling. Anyone wants to add something to this? Yeah, go for it.
I think I would just say probably longevity of the project, and I'll say that and relate it to like messaging in radio. So they say in radio, if you want to get a message across, it has to be over, if it's a program, it has to be over a 13-week period. If it's an advert, you have to do at least 10 of the adverts. And I'm sure if everyone thinks about any kind of advert, whether it's a radio advert or visual advert, that sticks in your head. Yeah. There's a certain number, if you actually, sorry? if you actually think about and do the math, you'll probably realize that it's around that same period. But with these projects, what I think is 12 months is certainly it's better than 0, obviously. But I think in the initial 12 months that you will be given to create a project, what you're doing is you're breaking ground. And in breaking ground, you are then initializing something for people, something new. And that 12-month period will obviously come with its lessons, curves, etc., etc. But I think the power lies in the following 12 months, because once you have then sat after 12 months, just like let's say you have New Year's resolutions after every year, yeah? So once you've done the project for the first 12 months, you can then sit back and then you can then track and say, okay, this is what we did, this is what we did well, this is what we did bad, these are the expectations that we have, and these might be the expectations that the people have. But in then being able to track all that, in the second 12 months, you not only be able to execute better, but you then be able to target the project towards more people in a different way that you may not have seen that way. And I think then that is when you get to see the actual scope and scale and power of the project. Because initially in the first year, it's just, oh, that's to a beneficiary, to somebody who you're doing the project to. They'll think, oh, that's brilliant. Let me take part in that. But in the second year is when they'll actually, I think, feel the impact more. And again, we've been talking, and it's a mantra for everyone here. Particularly, I think I was talking to Bongani from House of Fire and Demafayo from Free Your Mind about creating the awareness and creating the platform. We're all creating the platform, but I think it would be prudent to have slightly longer period, say 24 months, in order to be able to adequately create the awareness and the platforms. I think 12 months might be a little too short. Yeah, thank you.
So we get out from starter projects to actually real transformational things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Nice.
Exactly. If you think about it like a startup, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The first 12 months is the start, and then after that, you're probably...
Yeah, super. All right, thank you. Do anyone wants to add? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you so much for all this beautiful conversation. So let's hear from our audience. We're going to go for the question and answer. And then if we have some other grantees on the audience that would like to share their sound successful projects. And the mic is on. Yeah, there's someone there? Yeah? Okay. There we go.
Hello, gift chance. Zambia, with Seka Zambia. So yeah, we are for I have a question for Dabuiso, but also I just want to say we were one of the grantees, and our project was very basic. We were working with 10 organizations to professionalize the performing sector, because we don't have an arts education in Zambia per se. So we're actually doing the basics, like, script writing, marketing, fundraising, how do you sustain your organization? And we brought experts, and from that we saw even our team getting scholarship to go study music within Lusaka. Our space also, we bought equipment, sound system, and stuff. So artists can come and produce their work, and actually that's what we're doing this year, because our project was short. We felt it was short, but we thought maybe because we haven't managed to secure another funding, so what we'll do is just focus on producing the work that was brought out of the festival. So each month we're trying to put up a show, because we're also trying to build the audience at the same time. So yeah, so it's just nice that we got to keep the the systems and organization know now how to sustain their organization, because some of them were saying, oh, I didn't know you can actually get funding for an arts organization. So everything was very new. So it was nice to see that. So going back to the question again for Dabuso, it's just, I'm really interested because you're from Zambia and I'm from Zambia. And I just wanted to find out if there is a revenue that has been generated from your online streams and, like how much it is and stuff like that. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Might have to sign an NDA. Also, by the way, Gift, you said your project is basic. Your project is not basic. If your project was basic, you'd not be here 36 people from 12 different countries. So just remember that. From a revenue point of view, and we were trying to, and particularly thought about trying to get into into the streaming before the revenue distributions sort of got really bad, because right now, and I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but like even the biggest artists in the world, I think it's about, if you do 1 billion streams, you probably only get $15,000. So the actual share has plummeted, and I guess this goes to corporate world and the way these companies are now leveraging, I guess, their business execution. But so how we've pivoted from that is that, and I'm not skipping on the number, I'll say the number. How we've pivoted from that is that all advertising, all programming, and I guess all content that comes in that's going to be broadcast based on the traditional ceremonies, we then, based on the agreement that the traditional leadership had with us, we then share whatever revenue that is with them. So for example, we'll have the Nkwala ceremony, yes? This year, it's coming out at the end of the year. So let's say there'll be advertising, there'll be all sorts of things that will come as part of that ceremony. Because the revenue share from the streaming now is very little, we are then will then have an agreement with them that says, based on the fact that this happened because of the ceremony, we will then share whatever revenue comes from there. But we had done, at last count, and I'll show you, we've done about 126,000 streams. And funnily enough, the majority of the streams came from diaspora, predominantly the US and the UK. And from that, it was a couple of dollars, really, yeah. So very quickly we realized that whilst we had wanted that to be the main revenue stream, we had to adapt and shift. But the plus is that now at least we can say that we can actually find our traditional music on these platforms, wherever you are. But it was just about now shifting into how can we then, and I guess also in a sustainable moving on from the project, how can we then find different ways to still give revenue back to the people and to the artists? Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Thank you.
Mic check. My name is Teboho from Lesotho, and then I'm direct my question to our representative from Lesotho as well. Ntate Nyabela, I'm really honored. I'm happy that you guys got the funding from Music in Africa. I think at that time when you guys started the project, I was busy doing other things, so I wasn't paying much attention. But now the picture is becoming clearer. I'm so happy you got the funding. It's a big project. You did such a wonderful work when it comes to, doing research about indigenous instruments. And then my question now is, especially when you say you guys were working with young people, like young musicians or even producers. So my question to you is that with this indigenous instruments, is there any way of bringing continuity, especially with the young musicians in the alternative scene? It could be in hip hop or in house music. For instance, there's this duo DJ band called Revolution. I think they are still around. And back then, I think they are from Northern South Africa, somewhere in Limpopo, if I'm not mistaken. And when we were listening to Revolution back then, doing their house music, they incorporated a lot of indigenous instruments, especially from the north, from Zimbabwe, the mbiras and marimba and everything. So yeah, my question is that is there a way of showing these young musicians that, hey, in the new music that you are doing, you can still incorporate these indigenous instruments? I mean, when you're using electronic instruments or producing music using your computer, there's a way of sampling the very same instruments. There's, I think people who are familiar with sound production, be familiar with programs like Ableton, so that these very sounds can be archived, or maybe even in the future stored in one of these programs, so that these electronic producers can easily access or access sampled sounds from these instruments. So yeah, my question is, is there any kind of that engagement, bringing these young producers in the whole program?
Initially, we started this project hoping that we will train young musicians, because as for us, I mean, like for instance, I'm in an institution, someone who is in the museum in research, not necessarily doing music. But nonetheless, we are saying this is another sector as young musicians that you could appropriate into the current time. I mean, use the very same instruments and feature them in your music. Basically, I cannot say at the moment that we are going to do 1, 2, 3, but we were trained to create awareness of what we have got and what is it that you can do to make sure that you get this wealth, and then you produce something which will kind of show what kind of identity you are. So at the moment, I cannot really say this is what we are going to do, but nonetheless, what we are trying to do is like we are going back, trying to resuscitate the Morija Arts and Cultural Festival, where this instrument will regularly be featured, so that in most of the compositions, people that will be going into that festival, one way or the other, they have to include 1 or 2 of these instruments in their compositions in order for them to perform at the festival. And at the same time, we are even looking at going into school cultural competitions, where we are saying, even at a very younger stage, I mean, people should understand and learn to appreciate some of these instruments. But frankly, at the moment, I cannot say this is what needs to be done so that at least people can use the instruments. Thank you.
There's the 2 ladies right there. Oh, you got the microphone already. All right, please.
Sing for me. We were fighting over who can go because apparently there's only time for 1 question.
Can you stand up, please?
Okay. No, I was just saying that we were fighting over who should ask because there's only space for 1 person. But I'll try and ask my question quickly so she can maybe squeeze hers in. So my question is for Chama, and it's around the actual game that she produced. So back home, we have some young people that basically created a Zimbabwe monopoly. We call it Monopoly or something like that. But one of the problems that they're facing with that is that it's very expensive to make it. So when they're selling it, it's higher than like the price of like like other games, like the proper Monopoly and things like that. So in terms of your costs to create the game, how is that faring in comparison to like, you know, games like 30 seconds, sorry, and other games that are like available that are like your international games? Are you making some sort of a profit? Are people really interested in buying the game? Are you getting like a really big market for it?
Thank you for the question, Vera. So, fortunately for us and for me, I'm a creative, so I work with my hands. So for us as an organization, it was quite easy because we produce the games ourselves. So the ball was in our court. So most of the items on the game itself, we make them. I think the only thing we import is the sand timer, because we don't have manufacturers who can make the sand timer. So that is the only costly thing on the board. And if you've looked at the board, some of the items are really basic items. Like the icons that are used to play are buttons. And why we use buttons is because we're a company that uses textile. So just so it fits our image. So we really played and manipulated around with it on how we're gonna make the board game so that we are able to package it, and then also, you know, when we sell it, we can make a profit. So even when you look at we call it a board game, but it's not made of board, it's made from cloth. So that is also, it's cheaper for us. And even the packaging, it's not, you know, it's not a box. The only cardboard that's there is actually the cards. So, and yeah, it worked in our favor because we are partly a production company. Yes, I hope I answered your question.
All right. Our very last questions so that we can close the, oh my, there's 2 questions.
Well, thank you so much, Rix. Just a quick question. I wonder, you know, so many different projects and also the funder as well as an intermediary. Was there any mandate or ethos that you could say ties all the projects together, or, you know, that speaks to Sound Connects?
That's a good question. Basically, please correct me if I'm wrong, if it was like a common, oh no, just say the question again. Please ask the question again.
Do you have any or mandate that can tie all the projects together, or perhaps ties into Sound Connects?
I guess Sound Connects, particularly if I'm not speaking as a Sound Connect person, but from what I get from these projects, what ties them so far, these ones that are on the table, we don't know about the others that are here, but they are really connected to the heritage, right, and the preservation of culture so far, and to use whatever creation it is to give back to the community, thinking about development, right? So maybe I think I would sum it that way. I don't know if this answers you, and I don't know if this is connected to, if someone wants to add to that. But specifically from the Sound Connect Fund, I think maybe that was in the, it was described on the requisites and everything from it. So yeah, I think. The sound. There's a relationship with music, right? With sounds, right? Also, that's why it's called Sounds Connect Fund. Okay, so this is the very last one. We have to wrap it up, okay? Yes? Can you give the mic to?
Okay, much. My name is Taurai Moyo from Zimbabwe. Organization called Chenaka Trust. We're one of the beneficiaries of the South Connect Fund. We're implementing a...
It's working.
1, 2. We're implementing a capacity project. I have a question for my sister here from Zimbabwe. The first thing I want to applaud you. Thank you very much for implementing such a unique project in our country. And thank you, Sound Connect, for funding that project. During the time of when you're implementing, did you maybe hold one or two city building targeting targeting the caregivers, because I understand the musicians with disability, some of them, they're givers. We have seen some of the things that happens, that some of them, they are being abused, some they are raped or whatever. Did you have any maybe capacity building to train the caregiver so that you can protect your beneficiaries? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So there were many stakeholders that we were hoping to reach, but with our particular project, it was about professionalizing the musician who has a disability. And so once they are more capacitated to be a professional musician, they are able to work better, be it with their management, be it with their assistant, be able to articulate their needs better. So what we wanted to really reach out to are the spaces that make it, that optimize the environment, the working environment for an artist with disability. So we wanted the sound engineers to understand, for example, that if you're working with Chipo, or Chipo can now articulate to say, look, don't have cables around my wheelchair. I'm not able to get around. Or to be able to talk to the venues themselves and say, look, having a ramp for someone to get up onto the stage should not be an exception, it should just be the standard. You know, if she would like to go and have her coffee upstairs, it shouldn't become a spectacle. If she needs to get up onto a stage and perform, her business as a musician is to come and sing. She should not have the extra, you know, task of figuring out how to get onto the stage. So those were the key stakeholders within the music industry that we wanted to reach out to. And then, of course, the managers who, in this context, in the music industry, would be the caregiver. However, we are looking at the musician as a professional. They are adults who are able to stand, well, to look after themselves in their own right and to speak for themselves or to articulate their needs. So I think that part of empowering them, and also as part of the etiquette training that we got, you know, our project advisor would you know, really stress the point that when you're working with a person with disability, their assistant is their assistant. You do not address the question to them. You are speaking to the person with whom you are doing business. And so that part of you know, addressing the caregivers and so on, maybe would be in a context where we are working with an artist who has an intellectual disability, or one who is more vulnerable in that sense. And in the case of this particular cohort, we didn't have one, but we do have a young lady who came through with her family. She's very young, and so she will need to have parental consent, and in any case, you know, we are not able to work with her as a minor without her guardian present, and so on. And so there is also, what can I say, like policies that need to be in place, protecting any particularly vulnerable artists that we might have to work with. So I think you might be speaking for examples where you'd have an artist being exploited because they are unable to manage their own affairs and so on. And so that would be, we would deal with the manager, because a manager also needs to be professional, and they also need to be, you know, checks and balances in place to make sure that those managers do not abuse the artists. We would then need to talk to stakeholders, including the National Arts Council, and as Avril was saying earlier, to create a decent work environment for any artist, as any artist would need. Thanks.
Microphone. Okay. All right. So, as a way of wrapping up, so that we kind of like wrap up cheering, right? So we are not like, I know we're all hungry and tired. I want to just cheer up a little bit. So I want you to share your last words, but I'm going to propose a fun way to do that. Yeah? Okay. So all of us, this is Sounds Connect. So we got to make sound. So my suggestion is we all do cha, 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 cha. Let's go. Aye, ao. Aye, ao. You too. Aye, ao. Aye, ao. Keep going, keep going. Aye. So each one of you, we share one word in a way of sound that is your best word for this experience, right? Okay, so for me it would be, I wasn't funded, but it was a great experience. Growth. Caring. Inclusion, inclusion, inclusion.
Africa. Africa.
Resilience.
Wah, 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 Africa, let's move together, let ourselves, Africa, yay!
Yeah! Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
What a beautiful round table. A round of applause. There was a critical question asked about the unifying theme funded for the projects funded. So I would like to invite Mr. Eddie Haitit the opportunity to respond to this question.
I think one thing that we're going to need to do tomorrow is make sure we've got working microphones, right? As Sound Connects Fund. It's not good, is it? But I think I missed the question. Sorry for that. But I understand that the question was, why do we call it Sound Connects Fund? What is the connection? And to be quite honest, one of the important things that some of the grantees actually said, and I think Avril said it today, is when you get the opportunities to actually create these projects, the time is very limited, usually. You have to think about so many things that you have to commit to in a way. And of course, there's room. That's one of the biggest feedback actually we received from our grantees, that time to create projects, get all the requirements you need and all those things is usually very limited. So when we started to work on this project, of course, Music in Africa is a music. Before Sound Connects Fund, we were not even working in all these other sectors, which is one of the big pluses of this program, right? But for us, it was important to just find a word also that relates and connects with our stakeholders, and that's sound. And of course, it's quite vibrant in all the disciplines. But actually, the most important thing that we're focusing on were 4 strands for Sound Connects Fund. And number 1 was building capacities. There is also increasing the visibilities of, the actors and the products, across the ecosystem. The other one is also creating audiences and building audiences for the work that is happening. Gianni, you can also help me. So that was more important. And so you see that all these projects, they were connected to these strands. There was no, we were not necessarily forcing projects also to speak to this sound element. The most important thing is that the work has to speak to the needs of the sector and these strands. And actually something that we are working on actually, that we're very passionate about is we are creating 2 reports. One is called the Good Practices, which collects now all the projects. And so we're going to be releasing these reports digitally, and some of them we're actually going to print them. And so we've been collecting some of the common drivers of success in these projects, and we're going to start sharing them because the most important thing is that we share the knowledge. I hope that that answers your question. And also more importantly, Sound Connects Fund is hosted on the Music in Africa website, which is actually a great resource for a lot of, especially musicians. So you just go to musicinafrica.net/sound SCF, and you can actually read more. And also all these projects that are here, you can see where the project was, who was running the project, how much money they got from the project. And later on, we are going to be sharing also what successes they actually, achieved with this project.
All right, thank you so much. Another round of applause for these amazing success stories. It's so inspirational. That's why we're here today. All right, so these success stories were brought to you by Sound Connect Fund, implemented by Music in Africa Foundation and the Goethe Institute, and funded by the ACP EU Culture Program. All right, so before we part ways, I wanted to bring your attention to some changes in the program for Friday. The closing reception has been moved to 3 p.m. And then we're going to the train station for the big Marabenta Festival, which is the 17th edition this year, which is super exciting. I was also told, I'm not sure if it's true, but the performances are going to start on the train. That's what I heard. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a big one. I'm really excited. I'm definitely going to go to that one myself. And thank you everyone for attending and engaging. And really, yeah, I saw a lot of people networking during the tea break, which is awesome. That's what we're here to do, to connect. And yeah, thank you. I got a few comments about my dress and my outfit today, so I wanted to send a shout out. I'm wearing kukla. The jewelry is Noki by Anosa Delilah and styled by Daniela Mondlane. So thank you much for that. And we're now moving over to the lunch break, which is going to happen upstairs. And yet again, let's mingle, network, and connect. And for any of you that have taken photos, please don't forget to use our hashtag SoundConnect. And see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. And thank you so much. Another round of applause for everyone who's participating in this big conference. Até amanhã.